The Overanalyst channel. My name is Brady, welcoming you back to Bloodborne, specifically. A game we managed to pick up and relearn yesterday. It's been so long since I played this game, I was more than a little rusty. But we are, progressing at a decent clip now, I think. We had just made it to the Hemwick Charnel Lane, but before we continue through that level, which should be really quick if I remember what I'm doing, we're gonna level up with those thousands and thousands of blood echoes we got.
Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close.
How many can we pick up? Ooh. 6 levels, that is not bad for Bloodborne. What on earth shall we emphasize? Maybe put 1 in strength, just to get us up to a nice even number. 3 in skill, yes. And 2 in endurance. Stamina is gonna be your best friend in this game, not health, definitely. So we'll go ahead and spend all those. Not a problem.
May you?
And before we carry on to Hemwick Charnel Lane, we are actually going to head back to the very beginning of the game and the sick room in Yorshka's clinic, so we can actually start recruiting NPCs for our chapel. Because later on in the game, like especially once we hit the game's second and third acts, a lot of those NPCs we recruit will give us useful consumable items or sometimes even special stuff. So we do want to make sure they all get over there. An interesting thing about Bloodborne, unlike the previous games in the series, this one has a number of permanent world states for the entire world. So as we, like, trigger certain flags, or defeat certain bosses, typically those flags take the form of defeating certain bosses, Yharnam will progress on from the twilight on into the night, and as it does so, things will get progressively worse for the town. Beyond a certain point, we can't really save most, or I think any people, so we want to make sure we do all we can early on. You'll see here these doors at the top of the clinic can now be sort of interacted with to talk to this woman on the other side.
Oh, well, hello. Splendid. Let me ask you a small kindness. You're soon off to hunt, I presume? Then, if you find any...
Hey, Kyle, thanks for the host, man.
Tell them to seek Yosefka's clinic. Upon my Hippocratic oath, if they are yet human, I will look after them. Perhaps even cure them. This sickness, these beasts, they are not to be feared. This time the night is long. I may be trapped here, but I should do...
Hey, Ice Golem, good to see you. Hope you're having a good day so far. Welcome back.
Even offer a reward for your cooperation. Tempted? Well, off you go then.
Right, so this is the second location we can direct friendly NPCs to, Yosefka's clinic, and the resident physician, Yosefka, is being honest when she says she wants to help people. But I'll tell you right now, you don't want to send anyone here, as due to circumstances completely beyond her control, she can't help anyone, and anyone sent here will ultimately die. Which also means, of course, you can't get support from them further on into the game. Now we want to take a quick run around Central Yharnam and visit all of our friendlies while recruiting a few for the chapel. I may not get everybody because it's been so long, I might miss 1 or 2. But we should get a fair number of supporting characters moving forward. First things first, let's check on Gilbert. You remember him? The guy whose apartment was right by our first lamp up here that we talked to at the beginning of yesterday's stream? He may or may not have something more to say to us. No. Oh no. He's going to give us one thing. The flamethrower, just like the ones the church servants used in the cathedral ward. It chews through your quicksilver bullets as ammunition, as it is technically... Oh, sorry. Sorry about that, Gilbert.
I made no use of it. What afflicted me was incurable. But this town gave me hope. Their strange blood bought me time. I was most fortunate, unharmed by the plague of beasts. I can even die human.
Right, so it sounds like the Healing Church's treatments aren't quite as effective as lots of people had been led to believe or hope, unfortunately. But that flamethrower we got from him, really quickly, I've not used it at length before, but I believe it deals really solid damage, but chews through your Quicksilver bullets at, like, lightning speed. Also, I want to say you cannot parry enemies with it. I could be wrong about that, though. Do not quote me. Don't quote me on anything about these games. My memory is notoriously, like, kind of shoddy about certain things. Cal says I just beat the bad ending of Gunvolt 1, and this game is probably still my least favorite of the three. Agreed. I would say that's in line with my experience as well. But there are things I like in this game over 2, so it's not like a bad least favorite. Right. It's one of those wonderful scenarios where you're able to enjoy all of a certain collection or type of something, but there's just one you find less merit in than the others. I gotcha. Wait, no. What am I doing? Next, we were supposed to, unfortunately, report to Father Gascoigne's daughter, as we found her mother's brooch on that corpse. Not happy news we have to relay, but we said we would track down the poor woman for her, and we did. So might as well, right? And we also might as well take care of all these guys for a few more blood echoes. We're still at a stage in the game where the amount of echoes dropped by these hunters is, you know, still fairly respectable. It's not a ton or anything, but Cal says if they actually remastered Gunvolt 1 and made its systems work like 2, it might be my favorite, or I might prefer it over 2. But 2 is just better to play. I think the level design and encounter and boss design in 2 also make it preferable in my eyes, anyway. But I see what you mean, definitely. Things could have been a bit smoother. I also found out, because there was some confusion, like, in the chat, and I couldn't figure it out either. Apparently, Luminous Avenger, the Gunvolt side game we played through a few days ago on stream, feel free to check out that VOD if you're interested, is supposed to take place after the bad ending of the first game, where the main character is killed by metahuman extremist Asimov. And therefore, there is like this 100-year reign of terror that the main character of Luminous Avenger has to stop. Made very unclear in the game itself, but that's apparently what they're going for. Okay, so we can't recruit that person. I know where at least 2 people we can recruit are. One of them was that prostitute we met in the Cathedral Ward's residential district toward the end of the last stream. We can recruit her, if not now, a bit later on, maybe once we defeat the Cathedral Ward boss, and she actually provides a very, very useful consumable. Right, well, this isn't gonna be fun.
Hello, Mr. Hunter. Still can't find my mum.
Oh, I'm sorry, kid. I'm really damn sorry.
Mr. Hunter, was it really her? Mummy. Mummy. Leave me alone.
So there's nothing more we can do for her now, I'm afraid. That's not quite the end of that quest line, but it's all we can do for the time being. I'm just going through here one more time to get some more blood echoes, might as well. The range on the whip, you may not be able to tell right off from its animations, but the range is deceptively long. Like, it's really solid. Also, we can already tell we're getting some return on our investment with weapon modification, or weapon ascension. Whoa! We attracted the brick ogre. Not great. Cal says, I always took it as Ix was 100+ years after 2 and Gunvolt has been dead. I guess I was right, but in the wrong way. Well, apparently that's what's going on. I just was curious, so read a plot synopsis. But yeah, it's supposed to be 100 years after the bad ending of the first game, which again is not made clear, like, at all. So it's not canon, then, I don't believe. Which is a shame. The one game that managed to make Copen a likable lead, and all of that plot development is just thrown right out the window. Okay. Where do we want... No, we wanted to go now to, that hallway lined with... or that causeway lined with all of the dogs in cages. Hal says it's canon in its own universe. Yeah, but I don't think they're going to do anything more with that particular timeline. I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. Oh, it's these guys again. Giving us just as much trouble as yesterday. They also have really solid range. Fortunately, they often drop, I think it's blood vials. I don't know if they have a chance of dropping Quicksilver bullets. I don't believe so. In this game, it's very important to master dodging forward and or into enemies to exploit the stuns associated with parries and things like that. In case you're like me, at least, and want to get a fair amount of distance between yourself and enemies, even if you're planning on parrying their attack, don't like to chance it. Where are the dogs? Oh dear. They're somewhere around here. Maybe on the other side of the elevator? Cal says, because I always felt the true endings of the split paths in Gunvolt 2 were their own separate universes, because how could both characters get 7 mirror shards? That's fair, but I feel like, again, there is one storyline, or one narrative that is being taken as the basis, used as the basis for future installments, just how, for instance, 2 assumed that you got the true or the complete ending in the first game, and 3 presumably will assume that Gunvolt got all of the mirror shards in 2 and defeated Copen and friends. That's what I think they're going off of. Sure, they've got all these alternate, like, routes, but not much is going to be done with any of them. I believe they're just there for the purposes of justifying the gameplay, really. There we are. Now, I think... Where was the dog that was menacing this door? Oh, never mind.
I've heard I have. Shutting up indoors isn't always enough. Well, if you once had got off your arse, you wouldn't be in this mess. You're obligated to help me, you hear? So what'll it be? Are you going to tell me you're not?
Right, so this woman, this rather irritable old woman, wants us to tell her you know, where a place of sanctuary can be found. So I'm going to double check real quick because it's been ages. There is one character, one single character, who will go to the place the place you do not direct her to, because they don't believe you. All right, let me see. Sorry, give me just a minute to look this up here. Right, okay. No, she will go where we tell her to, and we want her to go to Erden Chapel.
An outsider worth a lick of salt. Well, don't just stand there. Don't you have work to do? Go slit some throats. Get this mess done with.
Alright, that's our first Yarnamite recruited for the chapel, and one who will actually be really useful later on. Oh, hello. Back. Back. We can down the dogs in one lash now. That's really nice to see. Cal says Gunvolt's turning into Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, not that bad, I hope. Well, I shouldn't say bad. All of the divergent timelines and things like that were kind of part of the appeal of FNAF, as I understand it. Again, not super familiar with that series. I've played maybe a little bit of the first one. Oh, hey. It's, the other door to this little home that acts as a shortcut. We couldn't access it. I think it was closed from the other direction, so this will be a convenient way to get back to the bonfire. Hey, MC, how's it going, man? Hope you're having a good day so far, and I actually am reaching you guys over, over on the other side of the world at an acceptable hour this time. Amazing, right? Cal says the only way I can stand watching Game Theory is if I see Freddy. I noped out a Game Theory a long time ago. Got great production values, and the man certainly knows how to host an entertaining show, but it's a little much for me. God, Arcane is already so much stronger. No! Hell! There we are. I'll take those blood... Oh, he gave us coins instead of eyes. That's new. Oi, 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 oi. Now I hope we can recruit the prostitute and one of her neighbors. They'll both be useful for us in Act 2. So we're going to jet back on over to the Cathedral Ward. NC says early Sunday stream is nice. Oh yeah, no, believe me, I've been taking it easy. Or easier than usual today, I guess I should say. Just still binge watching Arrow. We're almost to the end. We're almost to season 8, which is a half-length, like, sort of concluding arc to the overall story. And yeah, it's a great show. It's one of my favorite shows, like, of all time, probably. But around Season 7, with all of these other, much more interesting superhero shows in that universe, like The Flash and Legends of Tomorrow, Supergirl, they clearly ran out of ideas for the Green Arrow. Oh, Cal says they don't like Matt Pat's voice. Wow. I guess I can see that. I guess I can see not being a fan of that kind of tone. But, yeah, game theory's become a little weird. There was that time he, like, gave His Holiness Pope Francis a copy of Undertale when he was invited to represent YouTube as, like, part of a Vatican summit with new media representatives or leaders or something like that. Oh, here's the old woman we recruited from Central Yarnum.
I haven't forgotten. Do you think I only
He said it was like to demonstrate the power of video games to bring people together and encourage, like, kindness and compassion and all that. To be fair, It's great. Undertale has great symbolism, and that's a beautiful message. But why on earth are you going to communicate that to the Pope, the Archbishop of Rome, the leader of the Roman Catholic Church, like, wants to have an audience with you specifically, and you're like, hey, here's something you have never heard of. MC says Undertale's such an overrated game. I think it's really good. I think it's really good. And I would say it's less overrated as much as it has a very, very passionate fandom that does a lot to kind of expand its universe. My cane is better. Cal says, I do love when there's a controversy about Matt Patton. His only move is to cry in a video, literally. I know nothing about that. MC says, it is a good game, but I could not get into it. Okay, that is totally fair. I've played Undertale, and I do really like it, but I will say not as much as a lot of very passionate fans do. I think it's really well made, and I love the concept of a game where most of the encounters can be, like, resolved diplomatically, and there's a whole bunch of monsters that don't inherently want to do you harm. They're just different, and you have to learn to, like, communicate with them and find common ground and all that. I think that's very, very nice, and it's a great deal of fun. I just don't enjoy the mechanics quite as much as some people do. No, 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 no. Good thing we don't have quite enough insight yet to buff the guys with the lanterns, or we'd be in deep trouble. MC says, kill everything. Well, I honestly wish I could just sit down and have a chat with these guys right now. So the problem is, my whip's heavy attacks are great for stun-locking these guys, but they're too fast for it. There we go. Blood vials, please, thank you. Cal says, passionate. If you play Undertale blind and kill anything, it'll destroy your comment section. And to be fair, I think the pacifist route is probably the optimal way to play Undertale, and easily the most rewarding. It's the route I went for. But that's not to say folks should attack or castigate one another for making a different choice. That's why they're presented with choices in the first place. Oh, we are so dead. Well, let's get rid of this. Oh yeah, the Sans' Nest thing. I have heard about that. Hold on. Aha. I think he might be I could be wrong, but a completely unique enemy. I don't recall there being any other church servants with regular guns in the game. If there are, they show up, like, out of place much later. Ooh. The size of this guy. And ironically, they're some of the easiest enemies here to deal with. Oh yeah, MC says if you want an interesting YouTube video on the topic of, like, I guess, we shall say, very deliberate emotional outbursts for the sake of, like, putting forth a legitimate front. Lindsay Ellis, Manufacturing Authenticity. Oh yeah, she's great. Absolutely great. A lot of her video essays are extremely interesting. Now, we got 2 folks to recruit down in the residential area here. Oh, God! I forgot that this is where all the Yarnamite hunters show up again. Woo! So, bad news. You take a lot of damage a lot of the time. Good news. Enemies drop, recovery items left, right, and center. NC says Lindsay Ellis does a lot of good. Oh, absolutely agreed. Okay. Just need to get to the houses so I can recruit myself a couple paranoid Yarnamite buddies. Here we go. No, 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 not this one. We want, the prostitute and her neighbor. So here she is.
I'm off during hunt.
Oh no, we may have to recruit her, yeah, again, later on.
Oh, enough with you already. Come, just go, will you?
Okay, so we're gonna need to recruit both of these people once the world state changes, which it should immediately after we kill, the Cathedral Ward boss. Just jaunt right back on over to our lamp now and head back to Hemwick. Again, we can reach and kill the boss there really quickly, provided I still have some semblance of an idea what I'm doing. That's a big if now. Got him. MC says my kingdom for a backstab. Oh, don't I know it. They really went out of their way to encourage parries in this game, not only by making them much easier, but also by making backstabs just a bit harder to land. You've got to land one of those charged heavy attacks directly on your enemy's back. Like, if you're slightly off-center, it's not working. And, of course, with certain enemies, bosses in particular, parries may be your only option, especially if they're, like, sort of inhuman. Now notice, though, since we've been to Hemwick, this second sort of hub world tombstone is now active, and it's the Frontier headstone, used for locations beyond Yharnam. We can use this to travel to Hemwick. And again, like the Cleric Beast, everything we're about to do in this entire area is totally optional. None of this is mandatory in the least. Defeating the Cathedral Ward boss is, but not any of this really cool stuff. So, Hemwick Charnel Lane. Remember, we got that, like, bone dust item that in its description said that it was manufactured from corpses here? And we're going to meet the fine folks responsible for that right here. These are the Hemwick Charnel Witches. They're a bunch of, like, occultist grave tenders who specialize in mutilating, breaking down, and converting corpses into various useful items. They're one of several kind of bizarre spiritual organizations or communities in Yharnam, and we're going to have to fight our way through all of them. Now, they're not hallowed, they're not infected with the Plague of the Beast, they are, for all intents and purposes, perfectly normal. Keep that in mind. This is just what this place is like. They aren't that tough, honestly. Like the Yharnam Hunters, they come in a few different varieties. But aside from fairly weak melee attacks, most of them don't have a lot going for them. There are some that wield large wooden mallets, and those actually can pack a really nasty punch. We got another bloodshot eyeball. Again, those will be used as consumables a bit later on for a very special kind of content. Oh, this one has like a branding iron. Nice. We got some more twin bloodstone. That'll help us reinforce Arcane further. We can actually talk with, or eavesdrop on one of the witches here.
Did you hear the graveyard murmurs? Then it's almost time. Oh, I can't wait. I just can't wait. Did you hear the grave then?
Okay, so I actually really like this area, if for nothing else, for its incredible visual design. It looks very much like a Dark Souls take on a stereotypical, like, you know, Halloween environment. There's all of the decrepit towers and, like, the natural landscape has very earthy tones that seem slightly reminiscent of, like, a gloomy autumn or something like that. You've got all of the twisted, like, distorted towers everywhere. It's very striking. And incredibly distinct from Yharnam, which I quite like. Now, there are some of the witches which can utilize ranged attacks. MC says the reason I think Undertale got so much admiration is not because you can make peace with monsters, but because other games have been treating enemies as generic dangers. Jesus Christ! Speaking of, with no story. Yes, definitely. It kind of addressed a need present in, like, the gaming space. Oh my god. The attack dogs are like the real nasty enemies here. The witches, significantly less so. Now, that comment aside, I do want to say Undertale is still, in my opinion, a remarkably well-made game with a whole lot of heart and soul. But just, the needs it met were probably more important than that it specifically met those needs. No insult intended to the phenomenal dev team in the least. But I think it presented a lot of very interesting concepts and a central mechanic that I would love to see other games explore as well. Again, some of my favorite games, like BioWare-style, classic BioWare-style RPGs, oh look, some of them have firebombs, that's cute. Molotovs, in this case. Are those where your enemies can be reasoned with, and there are diplomatic or peaceful solutions to most conflicts. I really like games like that. Oh, here's one of them with the mallet. They have, I believe, slightly more health than the regular witches, maybe? MC says it's important to talk about that kind of stuff so you can truly judge the game for its merits. Oh, I agree. I agree. So notice, we're basically just running through the world's most disorganized graveyard. And they've got brick ogres here, too, just like in Yharnam. But because we're on uneven footing, I can't really parry him, which is or riposte him at the least, which is a damn shame. Not like it matters, down he goes. MC says, I'm kind of reminded of the difference between Hand of Fate and Hand of Fate 2. Oh, yeah. Hand of Fate 2 was a really significant improvement over the first in most ways, I believe. Man, we did a plunging attack on her and that still didn't take her out. So we're going to need to find a way to open this portcullis. And remember, our target is that really imposing looking manor right over there, I think. We can still see Yharnam up there, silhouetted perfectly against the evening sky. Check that out. You can see there, I think, Yharnam on the left, Cathedral Ward on the right. No, maybe it's the other way around. The Cathedral Ward has the really massive clock tower, so the Cathedral Ward would be on the left, and Yharnam on the right. Oh, hello. So notice that compared to the Yharnamites, aside from, like, sicking the dogs on us, this area's inhabitants haven't posed too much of a threat. Well, that's because we haven't met all of them quite yet, though I will say that for someone who at least has a vague idea what they're doing, and that's exactly what I have, a very vague idea what I'm doing, this area is not going to be as challenging as, like, the early game Yharnam sections. A, because we're slightly better equipped, and B, because the encounters here really aren't that tough. One or two exceptions aside. Glad to see my crows are still getting work, though. So here we unlock a lift that just serves as a very simple shortcut. MC says, Hand of Fate 2 has much more tendencies to let you avoid combat and conflicts. Oh yeah, absolutely. And more often than not, unlike the first game, where typically if there was an optional combat encounter you could, like, engage in or could avoid, you would only be rewarded for, say, fighting. Hand of Fate 2 often rewards you with tokens or shards or things like that for opting for peaceful resolutions. Maybe not quite as often as it does fighting, because obviously that's where a lot of the challenge lies, but that's still an interesting and, I would say, positive choice. Hey, there we go, backstabbed that one. Whew. Whew. Good thing we're so damn agile, eh? Oi! Oi! Right, well, into the creepy, abandoned barnyard. Ugh. Obviously, this place has seen better days. So all the horses are dead, but the giant, like, spike and sword-riddled attack dog, that thing's still kicking, eh? Yeah, of course it is. Now, around here, we may meet one of the special enemies unique to this area. Oh, hello. Did you just miss us, somehow? Did you fall from the rafters or something? Oh, okay. So we're going to be heading up into the rafters now, and I think there's a chest we can find somewhere up here, maybe? Yes, we can walk back over here and make a discovery. If it ain't a chest, it's something useful. Oh, hello. Hey, it's one of the old men with the blunderbusses. Awesome. Love these guys. Blood gemstone. And some Madman's Knowledge. Okay, so not a chest, maybe? But some really cool stuff nonetheless. So I would say that so far, based off of what we've seen, Hemwick is easily my favorite area in terms of design. Visually more than anything else, but also just kind of overall. It feels, oh, we want to kill this thing, they can drop... Is it Cold Blood, maybe? They're the equivalent of the crystal lizards from Dark Souls. Except I can actually kill these. They drop weapon reinforcement materials. Get another eyeball, we'll be putting that to good use before long, believe you me. And again, what a beautiful vista we get. We'll be heading over there much later on. The mist-shrouded castle off on an... almost looks like an island in the distance, yeah? that's where we can get my favorite armor in the entire game. Well, one of my favorite armor sets, anyway. Anything over here? No. Let's be wary of, like, ambushers from above as we snake our way around here. Or ambushers from right around the corner. Ooh! She just, like, checked us with that hammer. Didn't deal much damage, save to my pride. But impressive, nonetheless. So we're finally gonna make our way up to the manor. But we still have quite a few guards to fight our way through. I think it's interesting that, again, unlike in Dark Souls, these people that we're fighting, aside from, like, the ones afflicted with the bestial plague, are not, like, hollowed and completely and totally out of their mind. They think all of this, or whatever it is they're doing, like whatever happened to all those poor people, is perfectly reasonable, and we're the bad guy here. This is just how their society works. We are infiltrating more or less one of the least hospitable places on Earth. Uh-oh. They really like to pair these guys with the, charnel witches with the plows, I've noticed. Man, he's following us too. I mean, you know, good job, but... Goodbye. I'm not about to die after coming this close to opening up a shortcut. Man, check out that, like, evening sun. Gorgeous, isn't it? As a reminder, this was the first game in the Soulsborne series to be made specifically for current-gen hardware. So, we can really see... Maybe FromSoft is not the best at designing, like, visually appealing player characters, but they are absolute wizards when it comes to creating beautiful environments and, well, look at, like, clothing effects and the like. Their visual design team's really, really talented. Ow. So we're getting plenty of bloodstone. This will allow us to upgrade Arcane, hopefully at least 2 more times. Oh my god! No, 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 no! Grandma just cut my throat! I don't recall them ever doing that. Jeez. Oh, and remember those executioners, or the executioner we found early on in Yharnam? This is their home area. There's a few of them guarding the manor, and we're gonna have to take them down, probably one by one, to gain access. Fortunately, like most Bloodborne enemies, they're not just over-encumbered with health, but they still put up a really solid challenge due to their damage output. But first... So one of those witches drops about, or over, 5 times the blood echoes that a Yharnam hunter would back in Central Yharnam. So they are apparently like, quote-unquote, elite combatants. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why are there so many of you? And why are you all in one place? It's okay, we can use our blood vials though, because this boss is going to be an effortless win for the most part. If you know anything about Bloodborne, you know this boss is really, really easy. Very well designed, but very easy. Oh, there's more dogs. Good. We'll be heading back here, like, to this bridge much later, but we do want to grab what we can from it right now. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. We got a rune. The lake rune. Right now this does absolutely nothing. We're going to need to beat the boss before we find out, excuse me, what we can actually do with it. Oh, of course I missed one. Think they put enough dogs here? I don't know. I'm on the fence. Now, if we waited to come to Hemwick Charnel Lane until after we killed the Cathedral Ward boss, I believe it is, we would run into one more enemy type here that we'll still get to see, but not nearly as prominently as we would had we waited that long. So as you can tell, Executioner's big ol' damage. They're also wearing, like, proper armor, unlike literally everything else we've seen in this game. Put simply, they're not from around here. Ooh, he could block my shot perfectly. There we are. There's just one or two more, I think. But before we carry on any further, we want to open up this nice little shortcut. Checkpoint? Shortcut? Something like that. This links the Manor's courtyard with the first half of the stage. And over here you'll see this kind of glowing obelisk. Looks a bit like a headstone, but it's not, I don't think. We'll be heading back here a bit later on. Obviously, whatever lives in the manor wants people to stay away, hey? But we did not make it this far by listening to good advice. Anybody who watches this channel should know that. Oh, did we already kill all the executioners? Or is there one more? No, there's just a force of, like, commando grandmas outside waiting for us. Oh no, there was one more, my bad. He must have been waiting to ambush us too. And they've got some stamina, don't they? Fortunately, we've got more. Oh. Took us down, but we parried him, technically. There we are. Now what's over here, in this here chest? There are no mimics in this game that I'm aware of, so we don't have to worry about that. Another blood gemstone, why not? I'll take it. Alright, so we're finally to the decrepit old manor. And it's time for a boss that I think is very interesting in terms of design. This is the boss, for the record, that could not harm you at all if you, for all intents and purposes, they have like one attack, if you have no insight. Oh, it's another bloodstone critter. As we can see, things have definitely been better in here. But for the witches, they've been doing gangbusters business. Jeez. So we're going to head on down into the cellar to face our boss. Oh, I love this one. Meet the Witch of Hemwick. This is not the Witch of Hemwick, this is a mad one. A special enemy that can only be summoned into the world if we have some, or X amount of insight, and which we would have seen throughout the area, if we had insight and had already defeated the Cathedral Ward boss. They're pretty nasty for what they are, like weird wraiths from beyond the veil. And the witch will just periodically summon them. No, the witch is invisible, and we want to track her down. She can periodically attempt attacking us with some fairly weak magic, but here she is. We want to track her down and just whittle her down. She does not have much health at all, and should not last too long against us. And the mad ones, fortunately, are very, very slow most of the time. As long as we dodge them responsibly, we can burn her down no problem. But it's interesting to present a boss to the player for maybe the first time in the series that we've seen, whose only real role in combat is to act as pure support, and really well to run from the player, while standard enemies do most of the work. Albeit a fairly powerful standard enemy that many players wouldn't have seen by now. Many folks, myself included, would have assumed this was the Witch of Hemwick had it not had a separate health bar. It's kind of a dead giveaway. Notice she's covered in eyes. Like, fairly fresh-looking eyes at that. Oh, there she is. She does have a standard, physical attack. A very weak one, though. Notice, though, a couple times we've been attacking her, her health bar didn't go down at all. Now, why on earth do you think that is? Oh, notice we've got 2 mad ones now. Ooh. Again, her health bar isn't going down. Whatever could it be? Oh, well, that kind of gives it away, doesn't it? That's typically not supposed to happen. Whoa, never seen that attack before. Yeah, so the cat's out of the bag. There's 2 of them, and they don't actually receive separate health bars until one of them is dead. The idea is you're only supposed to ever see one at a time, and oh no. Am I gonna die on this boss? Oh my god, I did. Wow. So, that's the one attack they have, aside from the AoE. They can pin you in place and allow one of the mad ones to just wail on you, but usually that doesn't happen. Most of the time, even after you, like, have both witches fighting you at once, they're very passive, and either teleport away from you, or I think I've seen them before do, like, a short-ranged AoE. Well, that's alright. Again, still, for what it is, the easiest boss in the game, we can cut through it pretty easily, or pretty swiftly. It's a really cool design for a boss, even if it's not the most challenging in the world. Also notice that everything around here seems totally unconnected to the Beast Plague, huh? Oh wait, no, we wanted to go to the gate. And we can just run past the executioners and, like, the grandma guards and make it to the mansion really, really quick now. Except for this area. Glad to see everybody's having a grand old time around here. Thank God you're so agile in this game. So the problem was I didn't see the witch charging up her binding ring attack, which there is a very clear telegraph for that, just for the record. Because she, like, appeared at exactly the same time she fired the attack off. Kind of bad luck on my part, but not to worry, we can get this. One of them, I think, is up here. No? Well, I want my blood echoes, I know that much. Best way to track the witch is to look for the glowing red aura of her catalyst. Here we go. And this is the primary witch we're wailing on right now. I think the second one might jump in right around the time you reduce the first to half health. I mean, that sounds right adjacent. Love the music here, for the record. Ooh, that AoE. Got it at just the right time. Oh, I think her sister actually just tried to attack me with the little gouging implement she keeps in her offhand. So they're both in play now, as you can tell. And I don't know if one can revive the other. I'm a little foggy on that. Oh, we actually can backstab them! I totally forgot about that, but okay. We'll take it. Can I, like, parry you, by chance? Maybe not. Maybe it's not worth it. Again, the atmosphere for this fight is so cool, y'all. Any thoughts on this from our folks on Twitch? Again, this is a pretty divisive boss. Some folks say it's just too easy to be really engaging. Others, like myself, just think that the presentation is enough to make it a really solid encounter. OMC says I just came back from dinner. Well, welcome back. We're fighting, actually, a pair of witches, although that's not apparent until after the first one dies. The second one should be almost dead. Granted, I think we backstabbed her. Yeah. And now she's trying to attack us actively, right? No, not again. Get me free, damn you. Thankfully, the mad ones weren't around to attack. Ooh. Yeah, once you kill one, the remaining sister becomes way more violent. There she is. Gotcha. And once you kill both witches, any remaining mad ones despawn. I think they can still spawn in the area after the fact, but, certainly not here. And for defeating the Witch of Hemwick, we gain 4 bloodshot eyeballs. MC says, I think this is a really cool fight. Yeah, it's the easiest fight in the game, even though it somehow managed to kill me by bad luck my first attempt. It's very interesting. Kyle says that doesn't seem like a very difficult boss. It's not. Again, it is the easiest in the entire game. The only reason she was able to kill me my first attempt was because she managed to catch me with that binding ring right as one of the mad ones happened to be, like, closing in. But it's a very cool and atmospheric fight that also, if you're just arriving here for the first time, before delving into the Cathedral Ward, kind of gives you the sense that, hey, wait, there's something else going on here. This isn't just a bestial plague. There's more supernatural forces at work here. And MC says, I'd say it is a difficult boss the first time because the boss is hidden. Yeah, definitely. It's trickier the first time around, for sure. It's just a puzzle boss, and a really good one, I think. I love the twist of after you kill the boss, the second one's health bar becomes visible. But down here, kind of bound and, well, dead, we find this hunter carrying the rune workshop tool. We can use this with that lake rune we got on the demolished bridge. Let's get a description real quick. Runesmith Carroll, student of Bergenworth, transcribed the inhuman utterings of the Great Ones into what are now called Carroll runes. The hunter who retrieves this workshop tool can etch Carroll runes into the mind to attain their wondrous strength. Provost Willem would have been proud of Carroll's runes, as they do not rely upon blood in any measure. So we're just going for straight-up magic now. And we are also finally going to be ready, after we play around with this tool for a little bit, to take on the boss in the Cathedral Ward, who is just inside the Great Cathedral, for the record. We don't have to do much to track them down.
Welcome. What is it you just...
We're going to level up, like, a whole lot. Yeah, that's it. Like 8 levels. There we go. We'll dump half of them into skill, why not? Couple into vitality, because we just need some more, honestly. And we're going to start building up our arcane, because there is one specific, like, artifact we get a bit further on into the game that I really want to be able to use, because it's going to make us way more survivable. We've got much more health now. That's going to be helpful. And now we can further level up our arcane. Twice more, in fact. We can fortify it with additional blood gems. Oh, we've got a tempering blood gemstone too. I see. That'll actually make it, it's scaling much better. Yeah, that's what we want. There we go. Oh wait, can we also, like, infuse our offhand weapon? No, none of these, anyway. Now we can use the runes. A Carroll rune that transcribes inhuman souls. This transcription of the Great One's inhuman voices ripples like a watery reflection. This rune means lake, and those who memorize it enjoy reduced physical damage. Great volumes of water serve as a bulwark guarding sleep, and an augur of the eldritch truth. Overcome this hindrance and seek what is yours. 3% less physical damage. I'll take it for now. We don't have any other runes, so sounds good to me. Now we're going to head back to the Cathedral Ward to fight our way to the top really quickly and take on its boss, provided we can. To be fair, the Cathedral Ward boss for first-time players, myself and my best friend included at least, can be a little tricky. It's kind of a return to form after the refreshing change of pace presented by the Witch, and it's, again, a really good fight, but also one that can be pretty hectic. Nowhere near as hectic as the old Yharnam boss fight, though, which is where we're headed right after. And oh boy, is that gonna suck. Let's try out our new and improved cane. Oh, check out that damage. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I would say in Bloodborne also, tempering your weapon or fortifying it gives you a much more palpable sense of, like, increased power due to the really solid damage buffs you get every time you increase it than you would typically receive in Dark Souls. MCS, Cane, you feel it. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, I can't notice now. Their lanterns are different. They're covered in eyes. Ew. And they can shoot out, like, short-range homing projectiles with them. Ow. Projectiles that really hurt. This is the price of increased insight. As we start to understand more and more of what's happening around Yharnam, we'll also be making ourselves vulnerable to things that may be hidden here. Not like it mattered much for that poor guy. Can I get a cool eye lantern? I want an eye lantern. Right, so nothing left to do but fight our way up. We do need to find a way over onto that balcony at some point, but not quite yet. Fight our way up and to the Grand Cathedral. It was a flaming cane? That's odd. But, okay. Oh my god. He slammed that thing down so hard his own leg, like, fractured open. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, no! Oh, I thought I dodged, but I was blocked by another... I keep forgetting, that pathway puts you straight in the way of a procession of like 3 of those guys. Oh, there's the invasion bell. We will not be seeing much of, hopefully. Right, let's try that again. Obviously, our weapon is now much stronger, as we were able to make mincemeat of even, like, the church giant. There's Ambush Pro. No, you don't. Ooh. They're still really strong for regular enemies, anyway. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Jesus. Now up here we should have the guy with the scythe, right? Oh right, it's him on one side and the guy with the gun on the other. Right up the butt, and off he goes. One of you guys has my blood echoes. Oh, let's call them what they are. One of you has my souls, and I want them back. Oh, close range lantern? That's not how you're supposed to use that weapon. Oh, they dropped Quicksilver Force, though. That's nice. We may be needing those. Oh no, the giant got our echoes, somehow. And you know how this is ending. Best finisher in the series right there. Yeah, no, he attacks with so much force that, like, his emaciated, embalmed body just ruptures. Oh, no, he is flame resistant, too. Being like a desiccated corpse, that's quite surprising. Blood vial, please? Oh, bloodstone. That'll do. And more bullets from this guy, right? Okay. Might not be in the best shape for the boss, but I'll be able to give it the old college try at the very least. Notice the guys with the crucifixes' weapons now glow. That's also an effect of increased insight. Something is clearly up with these blood echo symbols. They're, like, lugging around. Again, only place in the entire game we find these guys. It's these two right here. And they're carrying around both blood and bullets, so we'll take them. And again, these very strange figures depicted in statuary flanking the Grand Cathedral, and we head inside, and, well, they're everywhere. And notice it might look like they're holding spears, maybe? But it also looks like the weapon is either made of the same material as them, or even like a part of their body. Clearly something more is going on in Yharnam, right? It's not just this plague. And, well, maybe we can get answers from the fine folks of the Healing Church, yeah? Let's just speak with the vicar and see if they can't give us a hint as to where to find this cold blood, or pale blood, or whatever. This is Vicar Amelia, at least, like, in theory, supposed to be one of the leaders of the Healing Church. And, she ain't doing too hot. She has become... Get ready for a really weird, really cool concept for a boss fight. A giant, like, inhuman reindeer cleric. And yes, she is a cleric. She casts spells. Well, at least one spell. And her transformed state, despite being huge and terrifying and dealing lots of damage, is still just a giant reindeer, so it's kinda cute. Also, she took lessons from the cleric beast, or it might just be a church thing, and she never stopped screaming. Now what we want to do is attack really relentlessly, because we can wound her arms and legs, causing massive damage. Problem is, unlike the cleric beast, she has a lot of very wide-ranging attacks. Love the effects, like the physics on her fur, though. Uh-oh. Oh, we wounded her! Excellent! That means we get, like, well, basically a free parry off of her. But, oh, and we wounded her leg. Oh, could I not capitalize on that the same way? Damn it. Oh, look at all this blood. She's about to use her special move, I think, which is... No. It is not just stamping me into the ground, believe it or not. She does have some vicious combos, though. No, if you leave her alone long enough, she will start praying and restore her health. Yeah, this thing can heal itself. Which, according to, like, all of those little flashes of light, is what she's trying desperately to do, and we're just not giving her the opportunity to. Oh no, No! Are you kidding me? Well, not much we could do there. She just kind of jammed us against the wall and started wailing on us. Well, that was a decent first try, I suppose. To be fair, she is weak to fire. Very, very vulnerable to fire. And if it's your first time going into this fight, I would really recommend you use some of that fire paper you got from Alfred, I think his name was. That's generally good advice for any of the beast-type bosses, as they really, like, go up in flames really, really quickly. So having not fought that boss in literal years, that's not a terrible performance. Now, since my blood echoes are in her room, I'm just going to run straight on through. Cal says burn the witch. That's, burn the beast at the very least, man. That's our MO here. No! No! All of my blood echoes, are you goddamn kidding me? Yeah. Yeah, the boss run for this, this particular fight is not a lot of fun. The boss run for most fights in this game is actually very, very direct and kind of short, which is it's appreciated. So we lost about half of a level right there, which is just par for the course in this game. Bloodborne, to be fair, I don't want to say it's harder on the whole than the Souls games, because it's not. Not really. It is, however, due to its greatly increased pace and emphasis on dynamic, engaging action, way less forgiving. Like, that's how much damage one blow from the crucifix does. Over half our health. Let's try this again. Now we can parry her, I believe. It's usually just not worth it. It's also not really worth locking onto her, as you kind of, by default, target her upper torso, and you really want to be wailing away at those rear legs. Notice that she is holding something very close to her chest, like, almost incessantly. Need to wound her sometime soon. There we go. This will also, like when we wound bosses like this, I believe it also actually, like, impairs their movement for the rest of the fight. Like, she's not going to be getting around quite as easily as she would otherwise. Oh, there we go, wounded her again. She's probably gonna try to heal now. Yep. Or no, she just buffed herself somehow. Oh, we stunned her again. That's more like it. Cal says, I figured it would have been easier because they designed it with aggressive combat in mind. Not necessarily, in fact. Because so many of your defensive options are removed, and the damage that everything, to be fair, your character included, deals is scaled up significantly, you are typically allowed far fewer mistakes before a death in Bloodborne than you are, say, in a Dark Souls game or something like that. The one saving grace, or the two saving graces, are that your dodge grants you far more iframes and is generally way more useful, and you get more healing items and consumables. Yeah, and MC says you need to act quickly, right? You need to act quickly, and there's only, unlike in Dark Souls, where you can kit your character out with a million different consumables and buffs and different types of weapons and armor and all that, there's only so many options on the table for you in Bloodborne. You've got to be really adept at using what you're given, or you're kind of SOL. And Kyle says, I'd like to think of the reality that you're just insane beating a random vicar to death with a cane whip. That's probably the way the Yarnamites are seeing all this, to be fair. But since we couldn't really get answers from Amelia, and I'm not sure if we got anything. Hold on. We did not. We want to head up here to this large beast skull that is sitting, of course, amidst a pool of blood on the altar. And by the way, is this not a gorgeous altar? It's not even, like, unsettling or kind of eldritch. We got a gold pendant, that's right. It's a usable item, right? Yes, yes, yes. We can use it to gain a blood gem. Thank you for that. Pendant of Vicar Amelia, used to change into a blood gem which fortifies weapons. A special one, mind. This pendant, passed down among the vicars who head the healing church, is a reminder of the cautionary adage, words that will open the gates of Bergenworth. Hint, hint. Yeah, let's destroy it and get the gold blood gem. Which does what, exactly? Attack versus beasts up 12.6%. That will be useful for Old Yarnum at the very least. But now, let's get a little bit of lore. What did we think of that fight, by the way? Pretty good? I actually really like it. It's intense. It's not a boss you would expect to heal itself. It allows you to really experiment with maiming and, like, knocking bosses off their feet. It's a much better beast fight than the cleric beast, I think.
I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood. I must take my leave.
So, they don't contextualize that very well yet, but that was a memory of the founder of the Healing Church making his, departure from Bergenworth. Cal says, so far from what I've seen, I feel the bosses in this game are kind of more basic versus Dark Souls, but they're freaky. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. You've seen the very, very plain ones. Starting with this next boss, really, most bosses in this game have 2 or 3 very mechanically distinct phases, and oftentimes they'll have multiple forms. It gets really... Yeah, I'm with MC. MC says I would say the opposite. Yeah, there's a lot more to learn. The Witch has 2 very distinct phases. Once you kill one of them, the other starts busting out actual, like, offensive spells. The Cleric Beast and Vicar Amelia are relatively straightforward. She starts, like, healing and buffs her damage once she's down below half health, but that's about it. But think about Father Gascoigne and the fact that he has 3 totally different movesets associated with 3 totally different phases, one of which has a completely separate, I believe, physical form and even set of weaknesses and, like, resistances associated with it. Also, MC's right. Hitting specific body parts become much more important later on. It's also the only way we were able to bring down Vicar Amelia as quickly as we did. You may not have noticed it, but every time we wounded her, you know, like causing her to stagger and a huge amount of blood to pour out of a specific region of her body, her health took a massive dive, a bit like we had inflicted bleed, say, in the Dark Souls series. Now that we're back here with only 15,000 echoes, pity that, we are going to channel our blood echoes. 2 levels, that's fine. How about endurance and skill? We're going to keep skill going till we hit about 30.
Farewell, good maid.
And now it should be nighttime in Yarnum, which will allow us to recruit our friends from the Cathedral Ward. Once we're done with that, we're going to probably head straight on to Old Yarnum. There's one more area we could tackle if we wanted to, a little bit early, and I'm going to show it off, but we're not going to defeat its boss quite yet, because I always save that boss for something special and kind of fun later on. We want to get our hands on those chalices as soon as we can. Yeah, notice night has fallen and things are a bit different. People are a bit different as well.
Ah, the hunter. Thank you. So that old girl, you told her about this place, right? Well, she don't offer me much in the way of conversation, but still, I'd rather see her alive anyhow.
Oh, we got a gesture from him as thanks for bringing people back here. That's nice, but this old woman doesn't look like she's doing too well.
Never get into this mess.
Yeah, she's not doing well, unfortunately. Things are much more eerie now. Oh, what a beautiful city, even by night, though. we look appropriately Van Helsing-y for this kind of setting. Time to head down to the residential district, yes? Is the thing here yet? No. Okay. We're good. Oh, but we do have a friend here. This is Eileen the Crow. She's great, has phenomenal armor, and one of the best weapons in the game.
A hunter, are you? And an outsider? What a mess you've been caught up in. And tonight of all nights. Here, to welcome the new hunter.
She gave us some free bold hunter's marks. That's very nice.
For the worst, there are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now. Still lingering about. What's wrong? A hunter unnerved by a few beasts. No matter. Without fear in our hearts, we're little different from the beasts themselves.
We got another cool gesture. Why not?
What are you still doing here? Enough trembling in your boots. A hunter must hunt. What are you...
Okay, so she will give us, I think, a series of quests that lead to confrontations with pretty nasty NPCs later on in the game. Not yet, though. So now we can recruit our buddies from the residential district. Oh, hello. Notice it was dormant, like sleeping this time. Whoa! I will whip this giant mummy to death somehow. Call me Simon Belmont. Okay. Residential district, residential district. I'm so bad at finding my way around the city. Oh, over here. Right, right. You have a flamethrower. That's painful. No, thank you. Take the bullets. His, like, little alert gargle lasted longer than he did. Alright, now we can recruit her, right?
Oh, thank goodness. You're a hunter, right? Might you know of a safe place? The night is long, and I've very little of the incense left.
So, no joke.
Please.
She is probably the best Yarnamite we're going to meet in this entire game. Along with, the person minding the chapel. Like, the individual in, like, the tattered red cloak. These two are the best people outside of, like, the hunter's dream we meet in the entire game. Easily. They don't have much in the way of competition, but...
Oh, thank you, darling. Maybe I'll see you there.
For comparison's sake, let's talk to her neighbor, who we can also recruit.
Two-bit nonsense you're peddling. I heard you told that wench about some shelter. Well, she's a damn fool to trust an outsider. Oh, why? Well, her sort's probably just fixing to feed some of your coin. All right. What crafty lies does the outsider have today? You think I'm an easy mark? Yeah? Well, give me your best shot.
So, this guy trusts us so little and is so far gone, he will deliberately avoid going to the location we tell him to and head to the other one instead, somehow learning about it. So, if we want to save him, which unfortunately we kinda do, we're going to tell him to go to the clinic.
Yeah, sorry. Too sharp for that bollocks. I know a superstition when I hear one. Outsiders. Even their lies are predictable.
Yeah, superstitions like, hey, in the midst of this plague, maybe you'd be safe at a doctor's office. Whatever. That's everyone we can recruit from this district. Oh, right, these guys. And poison? Ooh. He's got some... Well, I don't think there is poise for enemies in this game, but poise. Now that we took care of that, folks, we can head on down Old Yarnum Way. Ow. And goodness gracious, things are gonna get nasty in there. MC asks, butt poise? Maybe that's the explanation for enemies' surprising resistance to backstabs. Like, we've got to break that butt poise before we can, like, in place of backstabbing them, like, just shove our hand, like, right on in there. It's... For being like a dark horror game, the Bloodborne does get outright silly in some instances. Butt poise is now a thing in my, like, Soulsborne lexicon, though. Thank you for that. Right, so next order of business, we want to hit up Old Yarnum, because we get some interesting stuff down there, some stuff that'll be very useful for us later on. It's not actually our next destination in the main plot. You've noticed by now, no doubt, a whole lot of this game is actually purely optional. Just there if you have the courage to seek it out and, well, brave the horrors that Yarnum has to offer. And, well, it don't get much more horrifying than what we're about to walk into. Interesting thing about Old Yarnum. The main threat posed to us here is actually a rogue hunter who's seeking to protect a band of, like, beasts that were left abandoned in the district after it was burned down. And he's going to be attacking us throughout the entire district. If we manage to, later in the game, find a back way into the district, we can speak with that hunter and effectively convince him to stand down. As it is, and as most people would experience the game, we're going to kill him. And we still get all his stuff, don't worry. There's, like, no quest line associated with him or anything. And it's even questionable whether or not he's doing the right thing. There's an old notice here. This town is long abandoned, hunters not wanted here. Well, it's a good thing I'm less a hunter and more an Arden Azunia from Final Fantasy XV cosplayer with a really cool cane.
You there! Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once. Old Yarnum, burned and abandoned by men, is now home only to beasts. They are of no harm to those above. Turn back, for the hunter will face the hunt.
Yeah, so that's our opponent here, Jura. And he's going to attack us from that clock tower over there, I believe, with a massive Gatling gun. So we're going to have to make really clever use of cover throughout this entire zone. As we also, of course, fight our way through the beasts, some of whom, for whatever reason, have, like, poisonous attacks. Suffice to say, this part of town has really seen better days, even compared to the rest of it. Bunch of statues chained up for whatever reason? Okay. Here's one of the Old Yarnum beasts. They fear fire, so we're gonna just be keeping our torch right on us through this whole process. Fire won't always dissuade them, but it will do something, as you can see. The small ones aren't that bad. There is a larger model shrouded in like a blanket like this, and they can actually deal some pretty nasty damage, and also typically aren't as afraid of the fire, I don't believe. Get some cold blood. Good. We've accrued a decent little trove of cold blood recently, I think. Oh dear. Regular bloodstone, we'll take it. Could be useful if we find another weapon we want to upgrade, and there's a couple really cool ones we can get later in the game. MC says you could say the beast blood is the darkness of souls. Yeah, I guess you could. There are a lot of... I wanted to see if we could shoot that down somehow. We cannot. There's a lot of, like, themes that persist from Dark Souls to this game, and just are referred to by different names. Now, I'm pretty sure our whip form actually has, like, a hidden damage buff, or a damage boost against beasts. Specifically the whip, not the cane. Which is fitting, given that this is basically FromSoft's Castlevania. More bloodstone. Ah. Yeah, we want to get down there much later. We'll actually, I think, navigate our way over there after we take out Jura. Maybe? Kinda, sorta, I don't know. Again, I remember, like, the generalities of this game, not the particulars, unfortunately. Now, fortunately, like, when I play this game, or when I did the first couple times, I took on Old Yarnum. Oh, a Hunter's Torch, there we go. It's like a regular torch, but with increased damage. Designed to incinerate beasts and victims touched by the Scourge. Its fire damage is highly effective against beasts. There we go. As I was saying, when I played this game through a couple times when I was younger, I typically tackled Old Yarnum before the Cathedral Ward and all of that. So I'm a bit stronger than I'm used to being. Oh, are we actually going to have to go down to street level already? That is not good. That is super not good. Because we need Jura to get gone before we can do anything else. Good, this just gives us a way back up and to that treasure in the tower. Very, very good. We're actually not that far from the boss door. Down there. Our boss is waiting, as you could probably expect, at the very bottom of the district. More cold blood dew? Alright, alright. Now, if we progress a bit further into the stage, Jura's going to start opening fire anytime we're in his line of sight. We'll have a short warning, I believe. We'll be able to hear his chain gun revving up, and then we're going to have to use these statues and the like as cover. He's right up there.
Which is why I must stop you.
Yep. Okay, where do we go from here? I'm honestly trying to remember. Oh boy, oh boy. We want to be spending as much time inside and away from the chain gun as we possibly can. Little pro tip for you guys. Something you learn only through lots of very high-level Dark Souls play. Getting shot by a Gatling gun is bad. The beasts themselves, honestly, aren't that threatening. These are explosive containers, by the by. MC says you don't say. No, it's true. It's true. It's the kind of thing you can only really find out by reading the wiki, as it happens. Hey, look how much damage the Hunter's Torch does, though. That's what I'm talking about. Lots of explosives. Lots of explosives. Luckily, they don't kill us instantly. Good. And we've got some antidotes, very useful as both the standard enemies here and the boss alike can deal poison damage. Hey crows, bye crows. So the fact that we're getting a lot of bloodstone shards instead of like the dual bloodstone shards, or twin bloodstone shards, indicates to me that we might be intended to take this area on before Hemwick Charnel Lane, which seems kind of weird given the relative difficulty of that area, right? I mean, I know these guys aren't much to write home about, but Jura's really something. Oh, we got a blood-tinged gemstone, which I think you can apply to guns to make them a bit more useful, maybe, kind of, sort of. Or to your right-handed weapon to make your gun more useful. We're at the base of Jura's church now. We're going to have to take the long way around to get to him, though. I apologize if you can hear the neighbor's dog, it's just doing its thing. I keep saying neighbor's dog. I found out the other day there's actually two of them. Two very large dogs. Absolutely beautiful animals. But I could see, like, in an apartment they would get kind of antsy. MC says, and no whipping the neighbor's dogs. That's right. I know, I know. Not like I'd have any incentive to. They're absolutely brilliant animals. So there is a hostile hunter over there, like an NPC. But we're not going to take them on quite yet, because we've got good old boss Jura first. And here's the thing. Or is this where we fight Jura? No, we can't access the... Oh yes, we can. This is where we fight Jura. Nice. Here's the thing about Jura. He is insanely powerful for this stage of the game, like much stronger than we are. He's got a ton of health. He's just going to be generally unpleasant to fight. See, but the thing is, he is also standing right by that Gatling gun and directly on the edge of that clock tower. And it's a fan-favorite tactic to use a strong attack, say, to just throw him straight over the edge. You still get all his rewards and all that, but we're going to try that, and if it doesn't work, we will really have our work cut out for us. Fighting this guy head-on at this level is an absolute disaster most of the time. But just getting rid of him by, say, doing... Oh my god! Oh my god. You'll see what I mean. He's using a very special weapon. Oh, we actually parried him, though. Nice. Look at that health, though. My god. He's using a weapon, I think it's called the stake driver. It's like a really high-tech vampire hunting tool, essentially. Come on, a little bit closer, a little bit closer. Yes! And that's how you do the Jura fight, ladies and gents. At least I hope it killed him. That did kill him, right? Tell me he's not going to pull a Michael Myers and come climbing right back on up to us. I didn't get any echoes for him, so he may still be alive. And in fact, no, that's just his backup, who very quickly shimmied back on over to their arena. No, I'm pretty sure I dropped Jura off straight into the water, didn't I? Like, he's gone. The gun's been silenced, which is what we want. Oh, I missed one of these just laying on the ground. Poor folks. We can't access the church through the front, that's right. What is that other hunter doing, just like charging out to take one shot at me and then running back. That's really weird. Normally they're confined to their boss arena, or their, like, little PvP arena. Pseudo-PvP arena, there we go. The Hunter is nowhere near as bad as Jura is, especially since their AI seems to be completely screwed. They've got the pistol and the saw spear, I think it's called, right? Saw spear or just the standard saw cleaver? There's two variants of the basic saw cleaver weapon. One of them is just a basic pole arm instead of like a straight razor thing. I think that's what he was using. We'll need to come back to open that later. But we shall, don't you worry. Oh, and there's something going down in that church. We do need to get in there, just not quite yet. Let's try taking the path we know we can come back from first. Oh, yeah, it's this area that we couldn't really take the time to explore because Jura was firing on us the entire time. Okay. Anything there? No? Kinda have to feel bad for these folks. They were just inhabitants of like a poor old disused district. MC says a quit and reload on top of the tower should make the item spawn right next to the chain gun. Oh no, I know about the item. I was just terrified that we somehow didn't kill Jura. It does seem like he's gone, though, and thankfully he does not respawn. You could tell, no doubt, though, just from how much health he had and how frantic he was moving around. Oh god, all the blood from that hunter fight. That he would be a real doozy to fight in a standard fashion right now. Now, I think we missed a treasure somewhere around here. I saw something glinting. Yeah, this is what I saw. Fire paper, nice. We are gonna need that for the boss here. Believe you me. MCS, did you ever befriend Jura? I did once. On the whole, I think it's really cool that they give you that option, but I don't find it quite as fulfilling as braving his gauntlet, cutting down all of these poisonous beasts, and then throwing him from the clock tower to get access to, spoiler alert, a couple really niche but interesting weapons that shed a lot of light on kind of his and his faction's backstory. So here, in this this chapel, you'll notice a whole lot of blood and what appears to be a massive lichen strung up along the chandelier. And you can hardly see him from up here, but there are tons of, like, the beasts worshipping it. This is yeah, this can be really messed up. Now, the beasts themselves aren't that tough, but we're still gonna have to be careful if we don't want to just get totally eviscerated here. Now, the ones with red eyes, you can barely see under the blanket, are more dangerous. I think they're the only ones with that crazy little flailing attack that the one we killed just over there tried to execute from way too far to be effective. What is this? Antidotes? You could probably guess, based on all the items we're gathering, what the boss's kind of shtick is here. Good thing they always kind of shriek before they actually, you know, attack us. The red-eyed ones do, anyway, I think. Bloodstone shard. Did you leave us some blood vials? Yes, thank you. Awesome. There should be one more lamppost near the very bottom of Old Yarnum once we actually get back to street level. Oh, hello. They're all red-eyed in here. Must be all of that giant skinned werewolf religious zeal. We might actually want to maneuver around, yeah, these scaffold just a little. Cold blood? That's kind of sort of worth it. Not really. MC says, praise the sun! Praise the moon! Oh, so close. Thanks for playing. Oh, but there's a lot of them, as you can see. A whole lot. This could, in fact, get real nasty real fast if we don't manage them well. Good thing we have plenty of stamina, right? Right? Oh dear. They try so hard. Just need to work on that depth perception just a little. Maybe taking the blankets off of the face would help. Here we've got a very ornate altar, and what's here but ritual blood. Ritual blood with a strength of 1. We're going to be needing a lot of ritual blood for this game if we want to see everything, believe you me. If I can understand the reverence. Isn't it glorious, you guys? God, you can barely even tell what it was. So, if you haven't quite got it yet, the hunters are trying to protect people from this plague, yes. But as evidenced by the fact that they torched the entire district, locked everyone away in here like infected or no, kind of like the warders of New Launder. New Launder. Really letting that southerner out today. New Londo. And, condemned everyone to really horrific fates and mutilated some of them like this. The hunters associated with the Healing Church are not the best people, and historically haven't been. They keep people safe, but often at exorbitant and unnecessary costs. Also, there's not just one group of hunters, there's many. Jura, for instance, belonged to a faction called the Powder Kegs that emphasize, I believe the Powder Kegs are the ones that operated here, relentless, explosive use of force. All of their weapons, and you can find many of them in this game, are like ridiculously violent and visceral, and typically strength-based weapons. And I think seeing how brutal his compatriots became is what ultimately convinced Jura to change his ways and instead defend what was left of the people he had condemned. MC says, just like Crusaders, if gods forgive your sins, why not commit a few more before finishing your job? Yeah, that seemed to be the sense here, anyway. There are plenty of hunters we meet throughout this game, or hear of, who are genuinely good-natured. Like, Ludwig, the Holy Blade, who, sort of founded the Order of Hunters before they, like, broke off into several splinter factions, is by all accounts, or was by all accounts, a jewel of a guy. And again, I need to remind y'all, the Healing Church are the good guys here. No matter what we see or how morally gray they may be, we are given every indication that they are much better than any of the alternatives. We're going to see what life with Bergenworth was like before too long, and there's one more major political faction here that we meet and focus on in the last act of the main game. And they're even worse. MC says good is often gray. Not as gray as it is in this game, to be fair, but no, you've got a point, especially in, like, mature role-playing games, definitely. Now here, check this out. We open up this nice little, shortcut. Very, very handy. We want to get over there. Like to Old Yarnum proper. And that's where the regular beasts will be swapped out for lichens, for the most part. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's our boss door, right over there. So, how do we get over there? Oh, through here. Right. I love there's all this steam rising up out of the ground, not only to, like, enhance the atmosphere, but also to obscure your vision. So you can be ambushed by enemies like this, or later on, full-on lichens. Now, I need to point out, Bloodborne, we talked about this yesterday, if your only experience with games like this is with Dark Souls, like games in this specific mechanical mold, this game takes a whole hell of a lot of getting used to. At least it did for me when I was younger, me and my friends, two of my best friends who played through all these games together. God, Bloodborne was so hard to us, like, until about halfway through our first playthrough, all of us, and then it kind of clicked. Like, oh wait, this is how we're definitely supposed to play this game. So stages like this were hell compared to what you're seeing now. I'm actually, by my standards anyway, playing pretty decently? Oh yeah, here they are. Sup, guys? They come in red-eyed variants as well, for the record. Those are gonna be fun. Look at how much damage our new and improved Cain does, though. My god. Remember, these guys are some of the tanky elite enemies, especially for this zone. This is the back door to Old Yharnam you can access by going through that other area we haven't been able to access quite yet. MC says, I like me some black and white as it's relaxing, but only moral ambiguity could satiate my passion for stories like complex narratives. I get you. And again, role-playing games, the games where I tend to focus on stories the most, tend to be their best when there's, I will say this, degrees of moral ambiguity. Because a lot of development studios and writers, not just for video games, but things in general, who attempt to construct a world without moral black and white, for the most part, end up going for a type of gray where everybody's just an asshole, instead of a true shades of gray story where, yeah, okay, some options or some actors are legitimately better than others for the most part, but everybody's got redeeming features and faults. That's how, if you've got like a lot of different factions and the like, that's, in my opinion, the best way to balance them. Like, I'll use the example of Fallout 4, a game that everybody loves and is passionate about the story for, right? Probably the Minutemen and or the Railroad, I would argue the Railroad, are unambiguously the morally superior choice out of that game's 4 factions. But the others, the Brotherhood of Steel and the Institute, while doing and advocating some horrible things, have complex enough motives and goals and ideologies that you can make a very solid case for why siding with either of them would ultimately be best for everyone. MC says everyone will act in their own interest. That interest can be altruistic. I'm not sure I agree, but it's an interesting, like, epistemology to examine for storytelling purposes. I do believe that ultimately, speaking as somebody working in the humanities and trained as a social scientist with like this tiny modicum of like quote-unquote authority I do believe that everybody pushed beyond a certain breaking point, put under enough stress, will ultimately say, like, screw you, got mine, and put their own self-interest first. But there is a reasonable threshold to which everybody wants to at least be altruistic or provide for or do for others. Most people. Again, that's not everyone. Hey, check out what's waiting for us right beyond the steam. Isn't this great? We've got a great big beastie boy. And it's one of the red-eyed ones, so they're just waiting with a big old flailing of the claws for you. Very nice of the poisonous enemies to drop antidotes, though. I do appreciate them for that. Lots of bullets that we will be needing, mark my words. Oh, it's one of those, bloodstone critters. Hold on. Down they go. Oh, speaking of survival, by the way, check this place out. Jeez, that's another church, by the way. Again, Yharnam, very, very religious society, and actually home to, throughout its history, many divergent religions. Like this, I believe, was dedicated to a completely different faith, or confession at the very least, than the church we just left, or certainly than the Healing Church. And he says altruism is actually a survival trait. Animals that cooperate tend to survive. That is true. Out in the wild, being selfless can often be better for yourself in the long run. But, of course, I would say again, this is just Brady humanities scholar. Doing good is always its own reward. Helping others is all the need, or all the reason or cause I need to do something that may have a significant personal cost for me. If it has some kind of benefit for me that I notice, or that I don't, or it just brings people closer together, that's great. But knowing that somebody else is better off because of me, yeah, that's more than enough for my taste. But it's now time to talk about nothing but doing for myself, because we are about to have to fight this boss that my first time through Bloodborne kicked my ass time and again and again and again and again. There should be a lamppost somewhere around here. I'm definitely just missing it. But there is like an old Yharnam lamppost right around here. Hold on. We will find this sucker. Give me a minute. Oh, old Yharnam lamppost, where are you? Oh, hello. Oh, that's right, there's one area of this city we haven't really explored. And that's probably where our lamppost is. Oh, he's a red-eyed one. He was a red-eyed one. Now he's a dead-eyed one. Oh, come on, there's a lamppost somewhere around here, for God's sake. Oh, a bunch of beast blood pellets. Those could be useful. Hello! You weren't there before. MC says, I tend to help and support others while remaining in the shadows. That's a good way to do it a lot of times, especially if you're not really in it just for people's thanks, or you'd much rather them just be better off. I take a hands-on approach most of the time when I can, but thanks to the pandemic, I've had to support people remotely, and usually with some measure of distance. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Didn't want to do that. Where is this lamppost? I know it exists. I did not just imagine this lamppost. Did I? No. Hold on. I'm looking something up. Old Yharnam. Second lamp. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so there is just a shortcut. There is not a second lamppost. My bad. That is purely my memory, like, screwing with me again. So, few quick things about this boss. It is ruthlessly aggressive, and it actually has 3 distinct phases. During the first phase, I believe it, in the transition from the first phase to the second, I'm explaining all this now because I'm going to be panicking as soon as we get in there and probably won't have a chance to. In the transition from the first phase to the second, I believe it will start dealing poison damage with all of its attacks. And in the third phase, it might even gain, like, a poison aura that it, like, just constantly exudes. It's very weak to fire, and it's also the only boss in the game I'm aware of who is susceptible to the effects of the pungent blood cocktail. Mature blood cocktail that releases a pungent odor when thrown, which attracts bloodthirsty beasts. A precious tool in sadly short supply. In Yharnam, they produce more blood than alcohol, as the former is the more intoxicating. Again, just your daily reminder that the Yharnamites are really, really messed up. This acts in an analogous fashion to the alluring skulls from the Dark Souls games. So we could actually throw these around the boss arena, and the boss would temporarily get distracted and go to lap up the blood. Not a good idea, compared to throwing some fire on our weapon and just going to town on it with parries. We never looked at this item description for the record. Coarse paper that applies fire to weapons when rubbed. A hunter tool found in the Healing Church workshop. Since the tragedy that struck old Yarnum, fire has become a staple in beast hunts. Oh no, we have seen this. No bad. MC says, going back to creating characters with complex morality, I'd say the most important part is creating a mental framework for them. Correct. Having them see the world through their emotions and memories. You can have characters decide that no, their past is horrible and should be changed. That's very true. And also remember, as, again, like a historian and somebody who loves reading people's, like, autobiographies and the like, everyone is the hero in their own story. No sane person, or very, very few sane people, actually believe they are actively a force for, like, negativity or harm in the world. Most people genuinely believe they're doing what either is right or what they think is right. So, boss fight time. We ready for this one? Seriously, y'all might want to pay attention for this one, because, baby, is it something. This, friends, is the delightfully grotesque, blood-starved beast. This is the same type of beast we saw strung up in the cathedral. You can parry it. It's a little tough, but doable. And, of course, you can wound it. Oh, got it. There we go, that's what we want. It is extremely agile and will constantly be skidding all around the arena. Hence why we really want to wear it down as quick as we can. Now it's poisonous. It's also got hella impressive combos. Phase 3? Yes? No? Uh-oh. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, and it will poison us very easily. Phase 3! Oh boy. It is now just Poison Monster. Like so. Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, it poisoned me. Oh, damn. No, 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 no! Oh, shit! Yeah, that is, that's how that fight tends to go. It can eviscerate you in a matter of seconds. And as you saw, it's not super durable, it doesn't have that many moves, it just does one thing and does it really, really well. Which reminds me, definitely want to equip those antidotes. I have no idea why I forgot about that. That will be a help. Now we're going to have to make a run for the boss like you couldn't believe. Madman's Knowledge? No, we don't want to equip Madman's Knowledge. We want to equip antidotes. There we go. Now with Jura gone, we can just hoof it right on down. Bloodstone, please. And just drop down here to that shortcut door we opened. Somewhere. These guys do deal pretty solid damage for what they are. MC says such a nasty boss. Yes, absolutely. Gross in a really, really fun way, I think. Like it's been flayed alive and is still going strong somehow. Now let me just see if I can remember how on earth we're supposed to move on from here. Alright. We kind of just drop our way on down. Like so. We can just run past the lichens and friends for the most part. Not that one, though. Unfortunately, while this boss is weak to fire, it is not afraid of it, like most of its lesser brethren are. Once we get rid of this guy, though, we will be clear to head on to Bergenworth College. Now that we know the password, the adage, right? Fear the old blood. We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, and I think like die by the blood. Fear the old blood. You know, standard Bloodborne cheeriness. Come on. What you doing? Oh, look at the way its skin just flaps around. So the easiest of its attacks to parry is that one where it extends its right hand and then just does a diving claw at you. But the timing for that is still a little iffy. Now you can wound him just like, or wound it, just like a lot of other bosses. It's just a little bit harder to do due to the amount of pressure you would have to keep up on it. Look at the damage we deal, though. Oh, come on, just get parried! All the cool beasts are doing it. Oh yeah, like that. Oh, just missed the window, but it did leave him wide open for a couple follow-up attacks. I'll take what I can get. The amount of poison damage this thing does is no joke, or poison buildup, I should say. It's very mobile, in a way that I really appreciate for a boss. Alright, final phase, let's do this. Woo! Oh! Let's heal up. We don't want to chance this. We're almost there. Second try. That'll be pretty good for my track record with this guy. Oh, hey! Never once actually executed the critical blow, but we parried him several times. Oh wait, can we finish him with one? Yeah! Yeah, check that out! Nice! There we go. And we got a chalice for our trouble. The Thumeru Chalice. Oh, we can have a lot of fun with that, folks. We also got a free lamp, of course, and round the back of the altar, several antidotes, which are... Oh, that's kind of them to replace any we may have lost. And notice these like priestesses depicted on either side of the altar. They look a bit familiar, don't they? A bit like the Witches of Hemwick, maybe? Same proportions, same everything. This one looks like they might be kneeling, but they look to be about the right size. I really like that boss. It's fast, it's relentless, it doesn't have many attacks, so it's not hard to learn, but psychologically it can very easily set players on the back foot. And it's, for this stage of the game, incredibly powerful without being terribly tanky. So as long as you know what you're doing, you can burn it down pretty quickly, quite literally. But it's going to test your ability to simultaneously manage evasion, a fairly relentless offense on your part, and managing status effects, something that Bloodborne is pretty keen on you learning early on.
Welcome. Oh, what is...
Right now we desire to channel some blood echoes. So we get 3 levels, that's not bad. 2 to skill, and 1 to endurance, how about it?
Farewell, mate.
Now that chalice, let's take a quick look at it. It's a very important item. Oh, they have their own tab, right. Ritual chalice found in the Church of the Good Chalice. Use in a ritual at the tomb, altar, in the hunter's dream to break the seal of the old underground labyrinth. Let the chalice reveal the tomb of the gods. Let blood be the hunter's nourishment, and let ye partake in communion. This is part of a very special system introduced for Bloodborne only, whereby we can set the chalice down at any of these ritual altars, or maybe you have to go in order, to spawn a special, at least partially procedurally generated, 3-story dungeon, each floor containing its own boss, treasures, and enemies. And once you make it through all of the stages, all the floors associated with a particular type of dungeon, you will receive that dungeon's root chalice, which can be used to generate totally randomly or procedurally generated stages in that style if you want to farm more treasure and blood echoes and the like. We're going to give our guys these nifty little hats, so we'll match. And see if we can't level up our weapon. I don't think we can, but worth a shot anyway. Nope, not yet. So now, friends, it's time to, well, no, not head back to Hemwick Charnel Lane. We are going to head back to, first off, Old Yarnum to pick up Jura's keepsake. And then we are going to head back on to the Cathedral Ward, and a special area, or subzone of the ward we haven't accessed yet, so we can actually head on our way to Bergenworth. Really like the bosses we've seen so far today. Now we're starting to get into what I would consider the really good stuff. And the next zone has, or the next 2 zones have what I would consider to be some of my favorite bosses in the game. Not my favorite, though. My favorite boss in the game is a fairly late game boss. And it's a boss I love for its aesthetics and absolutely nothing else. Notice that level ups are a bit more expensive in this game, although we do get more blood echoes from enemies than we would souls in the Dark Souls games, by means of comparison, so maybe proportionally it's roughly the same? Honestly don't know. I'm sure some intrepid wiki warrior has analyzed that for us. Now if we just drop down here, and climb down here, and head on up to... try not to get mauled to death by a crow. Or raven, or what have you, and head on up to the top of the clock tower. Jura's pendant maybe up there? We're getting there. Yay, there we go. Nice. Now, as a skill-based build, we're not going to be seeing too much of the stuff we could get with this particular badge, but it does give us some nifty lore. The Powder Keg Hunter badge. Crafted by the Powder Kegs, the heretics of the workshop, and it is indeed just like a small vial of what looks like gunpowder or something similar. The Powder Keg's adoration of complex design and big booms culminated in weapon designs that contrast with those traditionally of the workshop. The late powder kegs, bless their souls, had a motto: if a weapon ain't got kick, it just ain't worth it. Meaning, again, this is very much not for us. There's another faction, not exactly of hunters, but another faction with their own weapons we'll run into later on that have stuff that is a bit more favorable to a skill build. We won't get to meet them for some time, however, unfortunately. At least we're getting plenty of echoes from all of these guys, alright? Oh, hello. Hello. Blood vials, nice. We will hopefully top out our collection of those or come really close before we get into the really hard stuff. Yeah, man, the range on that whip is actually very generous. Alright. How do we get back up? Or do we from here? Oh no, we can. Just gotta head round the side here. Sorry I don't have too much to say right now, we're just kind of working our way back to the lamp. And once we're there, we have to go check out the... Yeah, I believe we have business at the chapel really quick, meeting with our new friends. Well, friend loosely in the case of the kind of grouchy old man across from the prostitute, but check in with them and then potentially take on some bonus, like, extra content. Only after which will we be able to head to Bergenworth. Or in that direction. So, to the Cathedral Ward lamp. We found plenty of these lamps, and we are nowhere near done. At least Bloodborne is not very stingy with the checkpoints. The only game in this series we've seen so far that really was Dark Souls, wouldn't you say? Yes, so here's the ally we rescued, Alsana, I think her name is.
Hello, dear.
Or no, it's not. But something similar.
Thank you. I'm in your debt. I'd like
Another
to tell you
gesture.
my thanks, but I haven't much to offer. All I can give is my blood. But would you even take all this blood?
Sure.
Oh, good. Come close, dear. Don't worry. This isn't the first time.
Ariana. Yeah, that's her name. So, Ariana's dialogue seems to suggest that here in Yharnam, prostitutes are used for their blood. This is,
Oh, hello.
again, a very messed up society.
Sorry, dear. You're much too eager. I've only so much blood, okay?
So her blood is actually special in that it's actually superior to the blood vials we'll find. Blood taken from Ariana, Cathedral Ward Woman of Pleasure. The sweet blood of Ariana restores HP and temporarily speeds stamina recovery. A member of the Old Healing Church would know that her blood is similar indeed to precisely what was once forbidden. So the old blood, I guess. And here's the crotchety old man who went to the place we told him not to.
Ah, you. The swindling off-comer. Did you really think that'd work? No fooling me. Now, off with you. You heard me. Go away. I can't stand the stench of your lying breath. I'll spare you one nugget of advice. Beware the blind man. There the beggar sits at the bottom of the bloody food chain, and then he's here acting like he owns the place. He's not to be trusted.
That is actually very good advice.
That little weasel has a murky past, I'm telling you. I've no time to what, just can't stand it.
Right, okay. So that's all we'll get out of him.
Ah, the hunter. Thank you. To that old man, you told him about this place, right? Well, he don't offer me much in the way of conversation, but still, I'd rather see him alive anyhow. And I sort of hope that my asking you turn out to, you know, help him out in the end. I've never been any use to anyone, you see. Just happy about it.
This fellow is genuinely, like, charming, and I love his little story arc. He just wants to help. And God love him, he's able to.
Well, send him along to Erden Chapel, will you?
So, well, hold on. First off, is Eileen still outside the cathedral? Or outside the chapel? If she isn't, that means we can progress her quest line, I think. Or no, does she have anything different to say to
Oh,
us?
hello there. Perfect time.
Yes, here we go.
I must warn you not to go near the tomb below Erden Chapel in the Cathedral Ward.
So Father Gascoigne's boss arena.
An old hunter has gone mad. And he's my mark.
Gesture, of course.
Don't go near... I have...
So, we're going to do just that, of course, and kill Henrik ourselves. I think we could actually find his corpse in Gascoigne's boss arena prior to this, but he's back and really angry, and wears a sweet, like mustard yellow version of the Yharnam Hunter garb. Oh, this is interesting. The Bergenworth spider hides all manner of rituals and keeps our lost master from us. A terrible shame. It makes my head shudder uncontrollably. Yeah, it should be getting kind of evident now that Yharnam has problems that run a lot deeper than, like, a standard, like, gothic horror lycanthropic plague. The plague is not the problem. At all. No, the Yharnamites are the problem. And they have done some horrible, horrible things. So Henrik should be down here somewhere. There he is. And he deals damage like you would not believe. And can do that very easily. He's meant to be a very difficult fight. And if you follow through... Oh yeah, and Eileen does spawn in to help you after a time, so if we had just held out a little bit longer, it would have been made much easier. But, defeating him not only gives you access to his sweet armor set, it also opens up the next branch of Eileen's questline, which will lead to the hardest fight, in my opinion, in the entire game in the Grand Cathedral much later on. Like, I mean, not a fun fight either, like one that's just, like, rip your hair out, frustrating. So this time, now that I remembered she will give us some aid, we are going to just kind of try to hold Henrik up long enough for our backup to spawn in. I mean, he's way more than powerful enough for us, as is. Oh no, they're already at it. And, as strong as he is no match for Eileen. go. Eileen's fighting using the Blades of Mercy, a very elaborate pair of magnetic daggers that, for like a skill-based character, are probably the best weapon in the game. Oh no, she's dead! No, 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 no! Well, there went her quest line. Whoops. That's not supposed to happen. At all. But we got her badge, which will at the least allow us to purchase her weapon. I'm sorry about that, guys. Her quest line's really cool, too. That's on me. I'm sorry you won't get to see the rest of it. It basically amounts to fighting a much tougher version of her later in the game. But we got the good stuff anyway. Badge of the Crow signifying a hunter of hunters. MC says, whoops, damn right. Who hunts those who've become addled with blood. The badge of the Hunter of Hunters is quietly passed down from generation to generation, usually to an outsider from the hinterlands. To be entrusted with this cursed badge, one must be strong, resilient to the seduction of blood, and gracious when taking a comrade's life. We also got the air rune from Henrik. More blood echoes from visceral attacks, so like parries and backstabs. The air sees sentimentality in the warmth of blood, and acknowledges visceral attacks as one of the darker hunter techniques. Perhaps the air is a hunter who bears the echoing will of those before him. Ooh. Well, we're gonna go make the most of a bad situation now by cashing all this in before we head off to Bergenworth. Now, I've not actually used the Blades of Mercy extensively before, but they are apparently the ideal weapon for a skill builder. Possibly, according to some folks, the ideal weapon for the game, period. So I'm gonna see if we can't learn our way around them as we continue to level up Arcane, which is like my old faithful. Oh, the doll is sleeping. That's fine. Oh, we can get Eileen's armor as well, which looks really cool, believe me. Oh, but the Blade of Mercy costs 40,000 blood echoes. A special trick weapon passed down among hunters of hunters, one of the oldest weapons at the workshop. Splits into two when activated. The weapon's warp blades are forged with siderite, a rare mineral of the heavens, most effective in swift attacks, such as after a quick step. We can also get the rifle, spear, and stake driver from Jura's set. Well, let's see how much cold blood we've got. Maybe we have enough to afford them. Probably not, but if we don't have enough, we almost certainly don't have enough. Well, maybe. I will use all of this to level up instead. Yeah, we can get the echoes later.
Very well, let me...
Wow, just 3 levels, damn. I say 1 more Arcane, 2 more Endurance.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find...
And we can get Henrik's set from the Bath Messengers, I think? Henrik's set and Jura's set, that's right. Hey Nugget, welcome to the stream. And yeah, the doll is an unusual character, and MC says, Bloodborne was done after Dark Souls 2, right? It was produced roughly simultaneously with the lead director of Dark Souls and Demon Souls and Dark Souls 3 working on this project while providing like remote guidance to the team working on Dark Souls 2. This finished production quite a while after Dark Souls 2. I want to say roughly a year, give or take, a year, something in that neighborhood. I'm not terribly good with the time, but now that we've, looted one of the best weapons in the game but can't afford it yet, we're going to pop back on over to the cathedral and make our way to the gates of Bergenworth. well, I should say the first gates of Bergenworth, because there's a really long, very, very treasure-dense area between us and the college. And Nugget, you say you've never seen gameplay of Bloodborne. Nice. I hope you enjoy this. It's a very different kind of game. Dark Souls 3 took a lot of inspiration from this game's core mechanics for its revamp of the series' core gameplay, but it's a very different beast altogether. Huh, no pun intended. And Nugget says, what is it with these games and cathedrals? Yharnam, the city this game kind of centers around, is an incredibly religious society. And they venerate a bunch of different gods of different confessions, but we'll be dealing with a few of them extensively in the game's second and third acts. And MC says, simple gods ruin the world. Well, they don't here. I don't want to go too deep into spoiler territory, especially Nugget, since it sounds like you kind of want to avoid spoilers for this kind of line of games as much as you can. But that is not the case here. That is not the case here at all. Oh, Nugget says, I wonder what is the deal with Soulsborne games and cathedrals. Well, Dark Souls takes a lot of inspiration from, Western European dark fantasy, in the case of the first and third games, and, fairy tales in the case of the second. So there's a lot of, very regal, splendid imagery, including, the power of the cathedral, prominently displayed in all of those games. In the case of this one, it's just religion plays a very big role in the story. Oh, Nugget says, I'm not sure if I'll get around to Bloodborne because it's PS4 only. I see. Well, if that's the case, and you're kind of on the fence, feel free to, enjoy these streams with us. I would love to have you around for my journey through at least one of these games. Speaking of, we're about to enter a very, very difficult segment. We're going to have to take on 2 NPC hunters simultaneously. One of them has oh, I love the Spazzy Crows. The Spazzy Crows, I believe, would ambush us during the fight if we didn't take care of them now. One of them favors close-ranged weapons. That would be that guy with the electrified mace. And one of them is a ranged specialist. Both are fairly nasty. Okay. Nugget says, I have a PS4, but I was thinking of selling it. I don't know yet. If I don't, I'll probably get Bloodborne, but I just don't know yet. Well, I guess it all depends on, how much use you get out of your PS4. It's my primary console, but as I understand it, you do a lot more with PC than I do or am capable of. Oh, can I not parry you yet? Okay, so that thing is the Tonitrus. And it is a nasty, nasty piece of work. This guy's also got, the little plank shield. The joke shield. Apart from that, he's wearing a very cool-looking armor set associated with a group we haven't run into. Where's the second one? Love that soundbite. Nugget says how long we'll be able to stay for a few minutes. Unfortunately, I don't know yet. That's a shame, but glad to have you along for the ride for a time. And I literally only bought PS4 for Spyro Reignited, but now I have it on PC and Switch, so I don't know if there's a point anymore. There's a lot of pretty decent PS4 exclusives, pretty sure well, they're not exclusives anymore, maybe. I was thinking, maybe Neo or something like that, but no. If you're not getting that much use out of it and you feel like the money you would get from it would be better spent on either some other kind of amusement or just anything else that's really, necessary in your life, I would say go for it. But if there's anything else you want to play, I would hold out. But then again, I am a borderline hoarder when it comes to technology, and I keep everything. This is the range specialist, and this is about all they do. Just non-stop. Just this. MC says maybe a Bloodborne remaster on Steam? That would be nice. And they happen to have the musket spear from Jura's faction. So literally all this one does is try to shoot you in the face, non-stop. Nothing else. No more advanced tactics, just shooting you in the face. And oddly enough, that tactic is much much more effective than the melee hunters. Because he can just stun lock you non-stop, and that actually broke my stamina somehow? Okay, this is getting ridiculous. It's too fast. It's just too damn fast. Nugget asks, can NPCs in Soulsborne games run out of ammo? Nope, they cannot. We can, they can't. So there's a couple ways I can do this. There we go. Problem is, he's just as good at dodging, or they're just as good at dodging as they are... Fire. Should have had a shield. Oh, shields in this game are garbage. There's only one, and it's put in as a joke. They want you to adopt a very aggressive play style. But this is a little ridiculous. And to be fair, if you're using the musket spear, I'm pretty sure using its secondary, like, projectile function actually does drain your Quicksilver bullets. So there's no way a player character could do this. Oh, they are so good. Like, legitimately good, unlike the other hunters we've fought so far. Save Henrik. Henrik was alright. There we go. Now we never have to put up with that again. Nugget says, I was kind of interested in The Last Guardian and Bloodborne, but I don't know if those justify the console. Bloodborne's a whole lot of fun. I've never played Last Guardian, so I can't tell you. I know it looks adorable, but that's about it. And, I've had the most luck in Dark Souls by far using a shield and axe or the Zweihanda, so a strength-based build, I would assume. At least in Dark Souls 1... yeah, things are a lot of fun around here. At least in Dark Souls 1, strength builds tend to be more viable than anything else, which is a shame, seeing as I prefer a dex build. MC can tell you, my playthrough on stream used a dex build, and we could see... I mean, I didn't have that hard of a time with it. Oh, here they are. So this, friends, is technically a hunter, just like us. They're just, associated with a very different type of hunt. Their technical name is Snatcher. Let me see. MC says Dex is functional, but strength is pure murder. In Dark Souls 1, at least, yeah. Dark Souls 2 did a much better job of balancing everything out in that regard. And Nugget asks, whips are actually viable in Bloodborne? Oh, yes, no. Every weapon in Bloodborne, every melee weapon, has two distinct forms that can be toggled between with a press of the L1 button, in place of actually, like, dual wielding. So, what I have here is actually a dress cane that functions similarly to the broadsword, say from Dark Souls, but when I press the alternate mode, I get a whip that, in addition to increased range, like severely increased range, grants me a really solid damage bonus against bestial enemies, so anything that's kind of animalistic and inhuman. Is this the way to Bergenworth? I honestly forget. It might not be. It's not. Crap. So we didn't come down here for nothing, I can promise you that. This is just not the sub-path we're supposed to take. I'm so bad at finding my way around this city. Oh my god. Wait, no, here we go. Here it is. That is also not it. We are looking for a door. We are looking for a door that will ask us for the password. Or the adage of the healing church or something like that. We tell it to fear the old blood and we get a nice shiny new area out of the deal. Nugget says, oh, that's cool, so it seems Bloodborne has more weapon versatility per se, like what you can actually do with any given weapon? Definitely. this extends to your offhand weapons, which are primarily firearms used only to interrupt enemy attacks and open them up for parries. Backstabs are much harder to perform in this game, parries much easier. See, I can hold down the heavy attack button to charge a heavy attack now, and you have to execute a fully charged heavy attack on an enemy's rear, and this includes humanoid and I believe inhuman enemies alike, to actually be able to open them up for a backstab. But, which in this game literally just takes the form of you shoving your hand up their ass and then like kicking them forward. It's incredible. But in this game, just pressing the left trigger, say to interrupt an enemy, bang, will knock them off balance if you disrupt one of their attacks. And in so doing, leave them wide open for a sort of a parry-ish attack. Hold on, let me see if I can't demonstrate. If I can parry one of these church servants. Yeah, like this. Just shove your hand right on up into that torso and bam! You can even parry most bosses in this game. It's a lot of fun. And no mana bar, I see? Nugget asks. Yes, that's correct. In place of mana, since we don't really have a real spellcasting build in this game, there's something roughly analogous later. We can find various artifacts, so reusable items, that will consume some of our bullets in order to temporarily bestow us with magical boons and buffs and things like that. We haven't found any yet, because they're kind of few and far between in the base game. I've not played the DLC, so I don't know how that checks out for that content, but at least in the main game, you have to wait a while to get your hands on artifacts. Largely because for the better part of the game's first act, you are led to believe that this is a standard gothic horror, and all that's wrong in Yharnam is that there is a plague slowly transforming people into lycanthropic horrors. And, as we go on, very soon, in fact, we should find out that is definitely not the case. MC says magic bullets, and Nugget says, I absolutely love that sound effect. The thick dong when you interrupt or parry, it's so good. It is. Oh, and 2020 be like, yeah, the plague analogies are not lost on me. And I don't know, this is almost oddly cathartic to play right now. Oh, how did one of the dogs get over here? Oh, that is so bad. Have we been over here? Sorry, I'm totally lost. I'm trying to find the passageway to Bergenworth, but it appears I've totally forgotten where it is. Oh no. Oh, hello. Is this it? This might be it. Nope. It's just a bunch of angry villagers who killed me. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Also, in place of, that is so weird. Oh, I just traversed, a shortcut the wrong way. Whoops. Nugget asks, how many times have you played this game compared to the others in the series, including Demons? I have more experience with only Dark Souls 2. I played the daylights out of this game back when I was younger with, like, some of my closest friends. I've played a good amount of Dark Souls 3. I've only ever played through the first Dark Souls twice. And I've played through Demon Souls, despite it being my favorite in the series. Since I don't have my PS3 with me right now, I've only played through Demon Souls once. I also got it either last or second to last, I believe. So let's try getting those blood echoes back, because we kind of need them. Oh, apologies for the neighbor's dog. There it goes again. Nugget asks, is there a Souls-type system in place where you lose a currency when you die and have to go back and get it? Absolutely. Our blood echoes, represented by that counter in the upper right, act as souls, the same exact thing as both experience and currency in this game. Except when we die, unless we die due to environmental hazards or to bosses, whatever enemy killed us will actually absorb all of our blood echoes, as denoted by, like, glowing blue or pale eyes on that enemy. And we have to go back and kill them to actually get all of our blood echoes back, which is what we're gonna have to do right now as I continue to try and find my way into the college. No, I lost all my echoes. Damn it. Well, there you go. We didn't lose that many because I leveled up several times, but this game, I will say, is much harder. If you die a second time, do they disappear forever? Does the NPC just keep it? Yes, they do disappear forever, much like Dark Souls. This game, I would say, and MC can probably back this up since they've been watching this entire series playthrough, may not be harder, per se, mechanically speaking, than the Souls series, but it is much, much likelier to kill you time and again, if that makes any sense. Like, it's not harder to execute correctly, it's just you're way more fragile in this game. No. Oh! Died a third time. There we go. Yeah, and MC says this game has a reputation for killing you out of the blue. It does. In that case, they frenzied us, which is tantamount to bleed. I'm really not that bad at this, but, Nugget says this game kind of similar in lore. When you die, like, millions of years go by. That's kind of how I understood the Souls games, how it was explained to me. I mean, oh, no, okay, so by my best understanding of the Souls lore, that is absolutely not true. See, in the Dark Souls universe, humanity, most mortal creatures, are cursed with undeath. That is to say, they are branded, physically branded at birth, with an arcane sigil called the Dark Sign. And what the Dark Sign does is impair, like, mortals' innate ties to the powerful magical forces of darkness. That is not to say they're evil, that is not to say they're malefic. It's just the dark, as in Kingdom Hearts. Jesus Christ. And every time mortals die, they aren't exactly reborn. They manifest in the same exact state they were in prior to death, with a little tiny fragment of their soul shorn away. This is referred to as hollowing in-game. This is why you hear incessant talk about the hollows and the hollowing process, etc. You can die time and again and come back just as you were, no harm done, save for one tiny little piece of yourself, your sanity, your identity, that is lost. So, what happens over time is, as someone dies again and again and again, they suffer no real physical penalty for it, aside from, like, degradation of the flesh that is totally reversible. But they slowly forget themselves and the purpose for living. No, thousands of years don't go by in Dark Souls every time you die. No time passes at all, and you're thrown right back into the meat grinder. And that's what eventually drives people mad. The fact that they're struggling without purpose, without, like, an ultimate reward or even a sustenance of their basic humanity. And we find out in the story, again, not to go into spoiler territory, because we're not in spoiler territory in my playthroughs yet, the curse of undeath has a very definite origin, and it's more mundane than a lot of people would think. Nugget says, the bees and, yeah, beef jerky, yeah, I'm just wondering why the NPCs come back in the same exact positions and stuff. I always thought the alternate reality thing would explain that. They are all undead as well. Most NPCs in games or the Dark Souls games are undead. Those that are not are typically divine or something like that. Okay, I'm going crazy. I need to find... Will you tell me how to get to Bergenworth? Please, hold on. I'm looking this up because I've forgotten entirely. MC says, as one of my characters would say, there's no life without death. And in Dark Souls, that's terribly true. Okay, so... Bloodborne... Password door location. Here we go. I've no doubt missed this like 500 times. Oh. Oh, that's it. Yeah, we have in fact... MC says, like, how the bosses don't come back, but they have really big souls. Right, and you actually claim their soul after the fact, like their entire essence. Oh, good to see the Crucifix Bros still hanging out. This is not how I remember my service as an altar boy, but things may have changed. MC says, whip the faith. Well, if we're talking about, like, an order that practices mortification of the flesh, that could be a very viable practice. And that also brings to mind another Souls-like, a cool 2D Souls-like you guys may have heard of, called Blasphemous. It takes place in a very, very dogmatic world, inspired heavily by Imperial Spanish Roman Catholic religious art. And again, the notion of, like, martyrdom and mortification of the flesh in a world controlled by a series of very, very ascetic religious orders. Nugget asks, am I correct in remembering that the souls an NPC has is like how many other things they've killed? Like a boss that gives 4,000 souls has killed 4,000 beings, or less if those beings were carrying more that they had killed, or is the number purely a representation of power for gameplay purposes? Okay, so MC, help me out if there was something I totally missed. But based on our playthroughs of the first two games, I want to say it's purely a representation of the power of that soul. Because we could, like, crush a single soldier's soul and get 500 of the soul currency. I think it's just representative of the relative strength of these beings whose energy you're taking for yourself. Okay, password door. Are you here? No, you ain't. It's... Oh, it's the brain sucker again. Good, good. That's an instant kill if it hits you, for all intents and purposes. MC says, yeah, I would also say it's more a representation of their energy. Yeah, because beings that have lived in complete and total isolation can drop, like, tens of thousands of souls. Oh, he helpfully burned one of the crows to death for me. Thank you, sir. Less helpful if you try to burn the me to death for me. So the door might be through here and we just missed it somehow? MC says size is already a representation of power, so souls would make sense. Right, right. Yeah, no, this is the place we want to go. I think, no? Sorry, I'm so lost. I will find my way, no worries. We will get to this next area, and we may even hit the boss before we hang it up for the day. The next area, to be fair, is very, very long. Nugget asks, well now that's got me wondering what makes one soul more powerful than another. The best suggestion we're given in the lore is it's something like a combination of strength of will and also the actual physical, or in some cases metaphysical, power possessed by a given entity. Like, does it have a kind of Elder Scrolls tier system where you have upper beings and lesser beings? In the Dark Souls world, at least, like, I think under Lord Gwyn's reign over the world, at least, yes. Yes. Here we go. That's right, it was over here. Dang it, how did I forget all about this? But hey, check out who it is. It's our buddy Alfred.
Oh, good to see you safe. Now, let's think up something to discuss. Just tell me what piques your interest.
We'll ask about the Vile Bloods. You know, the people he's hunting.
Ah, There's something I want to tell you. A bit of wisdom from the eminent master Logarius. Once, a scholar betrayed his fellows at Bergenworth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Canehurst Castle. It was there that the first of the inhuman Vile Bloods was born. The Vile Bloods are fiendish creatures who threaten the purity of the Church's blood healing. The ruler of the Vile Bloods is still alive today. And so, to honor my master's wishes, I search for the path to Canehurst Castle.
Canehurst Castle is the gigantic fortress we saw across the lake, or across the body of water, from Hemwick Charnel Lane, like that the Shattered Highway would have connected to. The Vile Bloods, you could probably assume from the very, very kind of intense way Alfred is speaking, aren't quite as bad as he makes them out to be. They're very strange and kind of unsettling, but they're nowhere near as bad as he's depicting. No.
I bid you farewell.
Nugget says, to be honest, I'm in a bit of a pickle. Oh no, this guy is not a cool onion knight, bro. He's helpful right now, but if I continue along the path I normally do when I play this game, that is not going to hold true forever. Here we go! Here's the password door.
The password.
So the gatekeeper isn't doing too well. Yeah, we want to go see whatever's causing this, don't we? Nugget says, wait, can games with multiple endings even be spoiled? Because there's no guarantee I'd make the same choices as you. Well, a lot of the quest lines here have very distinct conclusions, so maybe like certain pathways could. I'm going for the most quote-unquote complete ending. Fear the Old Blood. And, well, I'll say the gatekeeper's seen better days. Already dead. We got some madman's knowledge, though, I guess just from the discovery of the fact that the poor man gibbering to himself on the other side of the door was dead all along. Speaking of, because insight makes the game more fun, we're gonna crush that. And MC says if you know one path, you know if you want to avoid them. It's very true. Case in point, for instance, I'm going to... This game doesn't have a faction or covenant system, really, but it does have several, like, entities you can side with or against at various points in the plot, and I'm going to be allying myself with the Vile Bloods when we run into them, and you very well may not think that's an agreeable or defensible, like, choice. Welcome to the Forbidden Woods. We gonna be here a while. There is a lot to see here, and I mean a lot to see, including the game's Solaire XP, who was added in post-launch as part of, well, free DLC that launched, I want to say, concurrently with the actual paid DLC, the Old Hunters DLC. So we've got the Yharnam Hunters here, and the regular ones are wearing, like, these weird, like, spiffy, white, Sunday best-looking suits now, for whatever reason. The ones wearing actual full suits, anyway, or some of them are. Pebbles. Vials, thank you. We'll inject some of that in a minute. But this area is just crawling with loot. It's also home to my favorite moment, no joke, in the entire Soulsborne series. It's not a story beat or anything directly. Oh, hey, one of the executioners. What's he doing all the way over here? No, come on. Ow. Parrying these guys can be a little tricky. There we go. Is he dead? Yes, he is, actually. Wow. Nugget says, Why the F is the horribly bleak, depressing, and hopeless world of Souls so cathartic and healing somehow? You think it'd drive those of us with clinical depression further into that downward spiral, but somehow these games have been praised for doing the exact opposite. I guess because it's the sheer willpower and mental fortitude it takes to get through them, these games and actually beat them. Like, if I can beat Dark Souls, I could beat anything. There's that, definitely. There's the very cathartic, sort of reassuring sensation of triumphing over a significant challenge, which I think there's some significant overlap there. But there's also the fact that if you really get down into the lore, as MC and I have for, and MC, yeah, he points this out very, very well. It's not something many people understand about the Souls series. The world and lore of Dark Souls actually carries in it a whole lot of hope. In fact, the path we chose in the second game carries as its central theme hope, hope against hope, and you still strive for something. Yeah, these are not bleak, hopeless worlds. And again, this is my reading of the lore. This is nothing that's ever conveyed to you concretely, but MC can maybe, agree or disagree with this here based off of their reading of everything we've seen so far. It's implied very strongly that no matter how bleak the world is, at little to no cost to you, the player character, just by doing the right thing and looking out for people, the world can actually be made a whole lot better than it is. You can bring it back from the brink every time. And in Bloodborne, there's actually no difference. Oh, one thing about the woods to be aware of, though, traps. Lots of traps. Traps everywhere. First, though, a lamp. And our shortcut for the zone. Hey, there's my crow, buddy. Now much tougher than before. They can actually take a lash now. That's no good. MC says, or even if you can't bring it back, you can give it a momentary respite. Well, again, without going into spoiler territory for Nugget anyway, based off of our playthroughs of the first and second games, the context I derive from the endings is very clear. Yeah, you can make all this better. This is not the end for you, far from it. Like, you've paved the way for things to get exponentially better. I like the threads. Bloodstone, bloodstone. A bit more of that and we can reinforce arcane. Now there is a tripwire somewhere around here that'll send that log hurtling ahead. Pressure plate buried under the wood right there, yeah. MC says, I mean it's implied, but that doesn't mean it's true, that's why there's hope. I'll say wait until we reach the end of the entire series, and there's a lot of stuff in the third game, again, at least the way I read it, that makes that implication much stronger. Ooh. I don't think I've ever seen that attack before, or it's been a long while if I have. Oh yeah, you can also, in this game, restore some of the HP you lose to an enemy attack by quote-unquote rallying, that is to say dealing damage to enemies within a short time after taking that damage. Which, again, along with the absence of shields and the creation of a more agile player character, really incentivizes an aggressive playstyle. So lots of fire everywhere and lots of people throwing oil. Rather smart, I'd say. Oh, and lots of dogs. Dogs all over the damn place. No! Trap me against the geometry. That is a problem we will see recur a lot in certain areas. MC says since that third game is made to please fans of the first, they might have made that story more pleasing. Oh no. No. That really vocal segment of the fan base, at least the ones who complain that nothing's ever hard enough or enough like the first Dark Souls, as I understand it, they really like the bleak readings of the story. The bleak, edgy readings. Not my readings, of course. Nugget says, from what I've heard, there's two distinct lines of thought. Either one, the lore of Dark Souls and its writing are brilliantly crafted and are pretty much the deepest story that's ever existed, and the vagueness of it is what makes it beautiful. Or two, the creators sucked so bad at writing they didn't bother, and all of the lore is made up fan canon that people just overinterpreted to death. I think, and I heard some analyst once draw this very distinction. To really understand what these games are good at when it comes to world building, we need to understand the distinction between introducing plot and building a world. Like, the plots of Dark Souls are very poor and at times non-existent. The same is true for all the Soulsborne games. The actual story you are taking part in and the way it's conveyed to you, neither are exceptional. Far from it. But all of the item descriptions and, like, little offhand missions of institutions and people and things like that, many of which have no real relevance to the plot, that make the world feel more robust and developed than it would have been otherwise, that's really good world building. That's good character building. That's creating a place that feels lived in and vibrant. But the story itself is often very simple and kind of underdeveloped. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Come on. Come on, big beastie. Nugget says, right, because to me, the Souls games have always felt more like sandboxes. Like, there's no plot or story at all, but the world building is excellent. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. There's more plot to Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3, and there was quite a bit of it to Demon Souls. But for Dark Souls 1 and 2, that definitely holds true. So this time, we're going to lure the dogs out before anything else, if we can. There we go. Soulsborne dogs, still the worst. MC says, I mean, if you want a good equivalent, the Bible has a lot of stories with multiple interpretations, but the overall lore is simple. Sure, like, anytime there's a compilation of lore, look at, say, role-playing, role-playing universes in general, like for tabletop games, you're given a ton of, like, settings and characters and things like that to play with. Nugget says, LMAO, I was always fond of the Noah story arc. You're given a lot of characters and settings and things to play with, but even the oil damages us. Jesus. But you're not told a lot about the specific stories that take place in that world, because as like a game master or as a player of a tabletop game, that's your job. You're supposed to fill that in. So these guys, the hunters here, are really fond of traps and ambushes, more so than those present in Yharnam. But as you can see, we've got an absolutely beautiful area to explore, giant ravenous beast notwithstanding. Oh, and the snakes. There's lots of snakes here. Like, entirely too many snakes. MC says I've been called a pun master in the past. Nugget says I'm a bit of a god gamer, if I do say so myself. We've got lots of puns being thrown around in the chat. Always appreciate that. What are you? Beast blood. Something cool I'm never gonna use. Notice, despite the, like, grimness of the setting, how beautiful this forest is. Lots of multicolored, flora absolutely everywhere. Save for the crazed huntsman, this would be an absolutely gorgeous place to explore. Oh no. I meant to do that. Certainly. Definitely. Didn't just throw myself into the middle of a ramshackle village of hunters trying to kill us. No. I meant to show that off because the developers worked so hard to construct that false walkway. Just like they worked so hard to construct that pit there that we're not going to fall into if we can help it. So again, these guys are so far gone, they see us as the monster. pitchfork out of nowhere for the second time today. Nugget says, you know, the Soulsborns are very goth, because the whole goth aesthetic is finding the beauty in horror. So, yeah, Souls games are goth as heck. That's very trenchant observation, actually. Good on you. And this is the area we could see from that other path, meaning I think I did nothing... Haha. You thought you could get me, and you were going to, but by sheer coincidence, I wandered blindly out of the way in time. That's just the kind of natural instinct you get from years of high-level play. NC says, I mean, categories are easy to make, and Nugget asks, does Bloodborne take place in a different universe than the Souls games? Yes, it does. It is a self-contained story, by all indication. Oh, there's someone we can actually talk to here? Well, hello. This isn't an issue with the volume, like a lot of these people are just very quiet.
The hours of the night are many, and the beasts more than I can count. A veritable hunt unending. Not even death offers solace, and the blood imbibes you. A most frightful fate.
In Yarnum, blood drinks you. I'm sorry.
Step lightly round to the right of the great cathedral and seek an ancient, shrouded church. The gift of the Godhead will grant you strength.
Already been there, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Oh no. No, we haven't. Now we can get there, though. The tonsil stone. A lattice-deformed rock. Appears useless, but possesses some odd gravitational force that prevents its riddance. A dubiant soul once said... And there's just, like, his information. That pathway I thought would lead us to, like, the Bergenworth Gate, has a small chapel at the end of it that we can use the tonsil stone in. And Nugget says, I love the prose all these Soulsborne NPCs speak in. Yeah, you have to be very, very aware of what's being said to determine whether or not you're being given useful advice or just total glorious nonsense. And MC says the more versed you are as a writer, the more your NPCs speak with eloquence. Yes, but comprehensibly. So, like all of these guys are very, very florid, but I can understand them. They're not being excessively or senselessly eloquent. Oh, and Nugget raises an interesting point as well. I would agree with this to some extent. Not necessarily part of good writing is knowing whether the character you're writing would speak eloquently or not. Yeah, whether it's in their character or in line with their personality, I guess. Anecdotes on this poor fella. We are nowhere near done exploring the village, by the way. This place just goes on forever. Oh, and this takes us out to, the crap bog. Oh. Oh, it's some of the church servants. And poisoned water. Okay. Have I been in here before? Maybe, maybe not. Oh god, these poor things. Oh, they still deal lots of damage, but luckily, they still damage themselves! Oh, and there's leeches. Okay, there's leeches. Alright, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Leeches are fine. Leeches and poison are fine. Whew. Antidote. Yeah, we probably want one of those. I know there's something good in there, though, so I'm going to steady on. Like here, we've got a good gemstone. So again, one of these, not too bad. Jesus. Nugget says, also intelligence has nothing to do with the length or syntax of your sentences. Intelligence has to do with precision. Leeches are fine, says Nugget, me heading down to the village doctor for my 57th bloodletting of the day. Well, compared to most things we will run into in this game, leeches are just fine. Okay, leeches are still really gross, but... they're less dangerous than a giant church mummy thrown down here for some reason. Oh, take that back, take that back. They just juggled us for, oh my god. That was bad. And now I have to find my way back down through all of that. But it's okay, we can. We were right by the leftmost boundary of the village. Give me just a minute, guys, to run and grab another drink, and I'll be right back with you. Nugget says those leeches be looking kind of thick, though. Much thicker by now. Oy. Alrighty. I didn't have to do any chores or anything like that this time, so I could just jog right on over to my mini fridge. Totally separate from the actual fridge. My parents insisted on getting me like a separate place specifically for like drinks or other things I might just want to grab in the middle of the night. So, got a drink, 1 second. Nugget says, hey baby, are you a hungry leech? Because I want to fill you up. That's a good one. Well done. Was the voice necessary? Of course it was. I don't always sound like a perpetually confused cartoon character. That's just most of the time. Thank you, MC. MC's backing me up. This is why MC has mod status. To turn my garbage opinions into the voice of the Legion. The dogs tend to be kind of persistent. As do the weird redneck hunters. So let's go get, at the very least, our blood echoes back from the terrifying mummy man. Oh, and Nugget clipped that wonderful moment. The only time in my entire life you will hear me reciting a leech-based pickup line. Or, in fact, the only time you will ever catch me reciting a pickup line of any kind. Regardless of its like, choice of animal. Okay. So one of these nightmares should have taken all of my blood echoes. Now what we're gonna do is try to lure them either to the periphery, probably to the periphery. No. Maybe, is this guy gonna come wandering over here again, or... Oh, I see you. I see you. It's all about these leeches, man. The leeches are strong enough to withstand one full strike from my weapon, by the way. Like, Yep, that's the one with my echoes. Oh, boy. Oh, God, the leeches. The leeches are everywhere. I forgot about this game's leeches. I was thinking of Dark Souls leeches for some reason, which are really, really, really easy. they like have a very slow like leap attack and then can like spit a gob of very weak poison at you. Well, Nugget, that's not a pickup line, that's just cruel. Okay, so we want to... Oh, damn it all! There's gotta be something really good in this cave, right? Like, they wouldn't just throw all of this in my way. Oh, and the puns are just flying fast and furious. To those of you checking this out on YouTube, it's... Oh, that one took 2 hits, my. Now see, if it weren't for all of the leeches, the giant would be nothing at all. We've dealt with enemies like this before. Oh, we've not dealt with one that fast, I don't think. Are you kidding me? Well, yeah, this is how Bloodborne treats you. There is a piece of equipment down there, I'm convinced. Yeah, there go a bunch of soul... Well, I say a bunch of echoes I could have used to level up. Levels are very expensive in Bloodborne. Very, very expensive. I guess maybe to offset the fact that there aren't as many stats, probably. Like, nowhere near as many stats. I want to keep, like, running that. This time without trying to kill anything at all, because we can outrun everything down there, just to get the equipment, because it might, emphasis might, be really useful. It could be an artifact. It could be the one artifact in particular that I use religiously in my standard playthroughs. And yeah, I use it all the time and I have no idea where it is. That's pretty on brand for me, right? Oh, there's more loot back there I didn't even notice the first time through, which is fine. As he says, I'm sure you'll go for that giant, there's bad blood with it. No, I'm good. We can get just as many echoes, if not more, making our way through the forest, which we are still probably nowhere near halfway through, for the record. This forest is, frankly, obscenely long. Maybe even a bit too long by the standards of zones in these games. It's a good area. It's a really good area. They just probably could have broken it up with like a mid-boss or something like that. What is this? Oh, a dirty gemstone. Yay. I'm so thankful. Hold on. We'll get out the way, pop an antidote, and we're going through those blood vials like it's nobody's business. New idea. Let's just run through all the leeches. Oh, another special gemstone. Hold on. I will catch up on chat. Give me just a moment to get out of here. Hey. Notice there's a bunch of, like, dead giants laying all about the place as well. Oh, a bunch of cold blood. That'll actually, like, a 7 strength cold blood will actually get us back most of the echoes we lost, probably. Okay, so that's a fair trade. Nugget says, I've always had a problem getting very, very sad when I lost my souls, so much I wouldn't want to play anymore. Then my friend told me I put too much thought into the souls. Then I realized I'm obsessed with the short-term goal of leveling up, rather than the long-term goal of beating the game. I can see the point there. I tend to get... Viewers of these streams will tell you, rather irritated when I lose my souls, especially as it tends to happen in quick succession. It just feels like I'm losing so much progress whenever I die, even though I know that's not true. You are correct there. Yeah, MC says this is more of a completionist issue. You want to get everything, and losing stuff is problematic. And Nugget says, like, how the heck do I not feel a failure when I lose all my souls? I know the only way you can fail is you stop trying and stop playing the game. That, and souls aren't like collectibles or loot or anything like that. You can just go back and grind them like mad in every game in the entire franchise, save Dark Souls 2. I didn't mention this because it never came up during my stream, but Dark Souls 2 actually has a unique mechanic whereby farming is discouraged by only allowing enemies, most enemies, to respawn a certain number of times. It's something like 7 or 9 or something like that. Per bonfire, per game. In order to cause enemies to spawn beyond that point, you need to use a bonfire ascetic or loop back around on a new game plus. And MC is definitely right. My quote for most of July was just, oh, damn it all. Oh, you could see they tried to lock me out. That's cute. I don't have that kind of self-preservation instinct to stay away. Man, in Sekiro, FromSoft's most recent game, you can actually, like, parry dogs by, like, bouncing your blade off of their teeth and opening them up for a parry. It's amazing. And Nugget says that makes sense. I'm very much a completionist. You can blame Spyro for that. Oh my god, yeah. Spyro encourages completionism because it's relatively painless to get most things. So you feel like, what's the real harm in putting in a bit more effort to get a little bit more? Oh, not a Snatcher. At this stage of the game, these guys would absolutely destroy me in a stand-up fight. Which is why we're not going to have one. These guys work for the third major political faction in Yharnam, the one we haven't seen yet. And they are legitimate hunters, as I said, just like we are. They just have very different goals. Nugget says, my friend would also say that leveling up in Souls games doesn't really do anything. Not if you're any good, at least. But I rely on leveling up as a massive crutch. I'm going to disagree with your friend there. And I think I know exactly who would have given you this advice, maybe. Leveling up significantly changes the way you can play your game by, for example, allowing you access to more specialized, not necessarily better, weapons and armor, or allowing you to use what you already have more easily, more dexterously, making your character and your gameplay flow a bit more smoothly. That's really the principal aim of leveling up, aside from getting like a little bit of extra stamina or health or things like that. Of course, the way that both I and our other friend approach these games, I know for a fact, is very different. So we got the Beast Roar, which I think is, yeah, it's our first artifact. We don't have the arcane to use it, but this gives you an idea of what these types of items do. One of the forbidden hunter tools made by Irreverent Izzy. Borrow the strength of the terrible undead dark beasts, if only for a moment, to blast surrounding foes back with the force of a roaring beast. This indescribable sound is broadcast with the caster's own vocal cords, which begs the question, what terrible things lurk deep within the frames of men? This really cool item basically acts like the Wrath of the Gods, or Shockwave Miracles, I want to say, from Dark Souls. I don't recall using it all that often, even when I had a build with suitable arcane to play around with it. Because there's really only a couple artifacts I use, and I use those, like, obsessively. If I'm right, there should be an extra armor set around here somewhere. Hold on. Oh, jeez. Ooh! Comboing me with the Molotovs. That is not sporting, gentlemen. Also, you guys have got really impressive arms. Now it says, I was kind of taught that there's a right way to play the games and would feel bad when I would fail or go against the grain and risk a lot by trying things my way. But I know now there's not really a right way to Souls-like. There's no right way to play most games, I would argue, and video games especially. As long as you're having fun and meeting whatever goals you want to set for yourself to accomplish, then I would say you're playing a video game the right way for you. I think we tend to forget, right, that as forms of entertainment, these things are basically extremely advanced, intricate toys that people on dev teams, I'm not talking about publishers, a lot of publishers are the devil, but on dev teams pour loads of time, money, and effort into in order to ensure, what the hell is it? Oh, it's a lake of tar, right, or a lake of oil. To ensure that people have as much fun as they possibly can. They want to bring joy into people's lives. So long as they accomplish that, and you get that out of your entertainment, I would say it's money well spent. Now we've got to look out for huntsmen with Molotovs around here. Hey, blood vials, nice. There we are. I actually think I prefer blood vials to the Estus flask, if only because you can properly stock up on them. Nugget says, yeah, and I wasn't having fun. It didn't start having fun until I went back to it after a long break and tried doing it on my own, my way, myself. Right, absolutely, and these are the kind of games where you have so much freedom of choice in how you want to build your character and develop them, that really the only way to get a lot out of them is play around and take time to learn the systems and determine, hey, how do I want to build this character? I learned very quickly, like maybe from my second attempt at Dark Souls 1 on, I like very fast, dodge/guard-centric characters. I like light and lie. I do in most games, really. MC says, the difference between board games and video games is the rules are baked in video games, and kudos if you can break the confines. Very true. And Nugget says, that's the thing, I somehow break every game I play. That's why one of my dream jobs is to be a game tester, specifically a bug hunter or glitch finder. Oh, well, don't apply to work at Bethesda then. But seriously, that is a very, very popular profession, and one where folks are going to be needed more and more all the time. But yeah, MC's right, QA is a very demanding job. I would recommend checking into either the now defunct but extremely entertaining Super Best Friends Play YouTube channel or Matt McMuscle's YouTube channel. He's one of the guys who contributed to Super Best Friends, because he and the rest of the crew have all at one time or another worked as professional QA testers, and they often discuss their work right down to specific issues they may have had on the job or in the industry on their programs. Matt, for instance, has a show or a recurring series called The Bug Report, where in 20 to 30 minute episodes, he will go through specifically games that he tested and share stories about, like, the QA process for them. Often hilarious and having to deal with the fact that, hey, they noticed there were bugs in the game and then didn't do anything about it. Jesus. That ain't a good sign, right? That's usually not... They have a cannon. They have a friggin' cannon. I forgot about the cannon. Why do they have a cannon? I don't get a cannon yet. That's not a joke either. I'm pretty sure I can find, like, a arm-mounted cannon at some point. MC says, well, fixing bugs can be a nightmare. Oh, yeah. No. I mean, like, in some cases, I think there was one I remember this guy sharing of, like, being told by their boss more or less straight up, hey, stop reporting these bugs, nothing's going to be done about them. Like just, we don't want to know, there's nothing wrong with the game. That sounds familiar anyway. No! What the hell? Okay, sorry. No, that is a bit much. For a single enemy to have that kind of attack power, that is excessive. Okay. Okay. This is the one area where Bloodborne can get really frustrating in that anything can kill you really quickly. Now, the inverse is always true. Like, compared to the other Souls games, nothing in this entry is near as tanky as average enemies and bosses could be. But the trade-off is, if you get stun-locked by, say, enemies with combos, and lots of enemies have combos, odds are good you can just straight up die. Like, nothing you can do about it. Sounds like it's time for you to get good, Nugget says. Well, I mean, yeah, but by Bloodborne standards, I can promise you, this is not a bad performance. It's not great, but it's not bad. Do you consider Sekiro Soulsborne? Yeah, like, if Bloodborne is going to be counted as part of this franchise, then Sekiro absolutely should be as well, I think. MC shared something with the caption, "Get good." We'll check that out in a minute. No, that's where the ground fell away, and we're not about to throw ourselves back into that again. Go through the village, then into the tar pit, then to the second village, then past the idiot with the cannon, and then we'll be fine. And I'm not getting everything in this forest. Not due to, oh god, they all got free somehow? How did that happen? I don't think you can knock their cages open, so they had to have been released by NPCs somehow at some point. That's weird. But I don't think I've ever gotten everything from this area. There's just so much of it. Nugget says Soulsbornero? Seke Soulsborne? Soul Sekiborn? I've got no idea. There are no good options when it comes to attempting to amalgamate all of the titles in this franchise. And remember, Elden Ring is coming out eventually. Next year, maybe? Yay, now we've got the white Healing Church armor. I did not mean to do that. It's just like the black Healing Church armor, but it stains more easily and looks a bit more like something like you would see in a hospital. Now it says, huh, another one? Oh yeah, no. A much bigger game, apparently, that's going to have an open world, dungeons, or dungeon-type, like, challenge locations in place of towns and villages and things like that. And, oh hell. Sorry, I'll get back to it in just a minute. The plot is also based off of a, like, lore bible that was written at the director's request by George R.R. Martin. Sekiro. Well done, MC, well done. Nugget says, oh, that sounds amazing, actually. Yeah, they're also going to integrate mounts and mounted combat. If they pull it off really well, it sounds like it could easily be my favorite in the series, because, hey, a game like this with more bosses and more locations than usual and more diversity within each, that sounds really good. Right now, the next game on my radar, because I think it comes out September, is that awful-looking Avengers game that I can't wait to share with all of you. Like, I really want it to be good. I want to be wrong about this game. I want to be wrong about this game so badly, but it doesn't look good. And so he says Dark Sekiro. Yeah, that would do as well. Good suggestions, good suggestions. Okay, now we're going to have to fight our way through these guys, or run over here, either or. Back to the village square, okay. There's a pitfall trap in the middle of the village there, beware. hardcore, guys. And you need to remember, the people of Yharnam actually did most of this to themselves. Yeah, there's very strange things going on here, but the people themselves are actually responsible for the very worst of it. And I'm sorry, I'm totally, like, dead set now. We are making it to at least the next boss before we cut it for the day. Which might take a little while, because again, the, No, that's just a shack, never mind. Nugget says, so it seems each game has a major flaw. Dark Souls 1 is incomplete and buggy. Dark Souls 2 is too different or all over the place. Dark Souls 3 is too focused on PvP. Actually, I'd say Dark Souls 3's biggest major flaw is it's just Dark Souls 1 again, because they were really catering hardcore to those die-hard fans who wanted nothing but the lore, the characters, the mechanics from Dark Souls 1 again, but never mind. We're gonna get there. We are gonna get there on the stream series, and I'm not going to be a happy camper. Even though, like, the game mechanically is great, I'm going to be complaining more than usual, somehow, for that series. What's Bloodborne's major flaw? Well, there's not much aside from standard co-op in the way of PvP or multiplayer gameplay at all. Some people might not like that. Some people may not like the relative lack of options when it comes to armor or weapons. There are fewer of each in this game, of course. The simplification of stats, maybe, but all of these are fine with me. I mean, I would like more weapons and armor, of course. What do people whine and complain about the most? I honestly do not know. This one seems to have a pretty solid reputation amongst most camps of the fandom, including people who, like myself, are hardcore Dark Souls 2 fans, and have more problems with, say, the third and first game than they do that one. MC says, existence. Hey, you took my echoes, except not really, because you aren't the guy that killed me. Whatever. Give them back. Nugget says, yeah, it seems Bloodborne might have the least tarnished reputation of the lot. Probably. I'm still gonna contend that Dark Souls 2 is the best one from a design perspective till the day I die, but the innovations to, like, the core gameplay made by this entry are really something special. In terms of people complaining, oh no, yeah, definitely. This seems to be the one that people are the least vocally dispassionate about, or sorry, least negatively vocal about. The one that the fan base, at least, seems to just revile the most loudly is Dark Souls 2, but I've seen just as many people say there are serious problems with the first or the third game. Problem is, those people tend generally to be a little bit quieter, in my experience. Now, we can actually operate this here cannon. For fun. There are a couple places, I think, where we actually have to use these things. Here we go. This is our midway point, I believe. This opens up a shortcut to the lamp, right? Yes, please? We're gonna stay away from that for now. Whew. Don't want to do that now, do we? Bloodstone? MC says, I think what saved Bloodborne from community acid is the fact it's in another universe. Yeah, it's a different IP. It's like, hey, this isn't a Dark Souls game, it's just like Dark Souls in every conceivable way that matters. So, its differences are okay and not frightening, then. Two people who tend to obsess over change in series they like. We're gonna meet some interesting new enemies here, so give it just a minute. Now he says, Bloodborne seems to be a man's man, for lack of a better term. It's like, if someone's a chick and they play Dark Souls, then they're really cool, but if they play Bloodborne, they're literally God. So this guy, just dragging an axe on the ground. MC says, I've seen a lot of Dark Souls 2 in this game. Ah, so it's not just me, right? You also see that it appears they kept a lot of influences from... Oh yeah, stuff here is real messed up, by the by. Welcome to the second half of the forest. Anybody getting Resident Evil 4 flashbacks? Yeah, a lot of mechanical influence from Dark Souls 2 carries over into this game. In fact, would you not say this game looks and feels a bit more like Dark Souls 2 than the first game? Even though the fan base was A-okay with this because the director of Dark Souls 1 also primarily directed this. Oh, I need to find my checkpoint. I really need to find my checkpoint, or my shortcut. Things are gonna get real bad if we don't have one. So these, things are vulnerable to fire, I believe. But aside from having good range and damage, they're not that tough. NC says, I mean, we can start with holding a torch. Oh yeah, and the torch actually doing something. I think you might have been able to get one in the first game and it just didn't do a whole lot, maybe? Are we gonna have to pull it up from all the way down there? Oh, Christ. MC says, but yes, this is an iteration of the gameplay after Souls 2. Right. Sorry I'm running back and forth so much, but I'm just certain there's a way to activate our shortcut from here. And trust me, we really want to do that. No other way around, huh? Like a ladder or something? We may well be truly screwed until we make it even further into the forest. No, I hear something that sounds like an elevator. But it ain't here, that's the weird thing. Well, I guess we have no choice but to just carry on for now. Dropping down the exterior to pick up some additional items, of course. Oh, hello. He's attacking us with a spiked arch-looking thing. Oh, I have no idea. We're staying away from that, staying away from that. Going up here, going up here. Not stressful in the least. We are still down at the very, very bottom. Or we're still heading to the very bottom of the forest. We're just nowhere near there yet. What do we got? What do we got? Across the gears. Poison knives. That ain't gonna do jack. Nugget says, sometimes I feel like my gameplay would be too frustrating or drawn out for people to watch. I feel embarrassed if things take too long, but I know that that shouldn't keep me from streaming if I really want to. Well, it absolutely shouldn't, and again, speaking from personal experience, I don't think your pace is too slow whatsoever. My own's kind of ponderous, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This guy is an NPC we could rescue, and send to the chapel, but, look at the state in which we find him. Remember, the unpleasant old man back at the chapel warned us about the blind man, and as it turns out, he was right to. This guy is a type of character that is present in almost every Soulsborne game. In Dark Souls 1, for instance, I think Petrus and Lautrec were kind of the closest analogs to this. And a quote-unquote friendly character that will start picking off your allies in the hub zone if you call them back. Because, spoiler alert, this guy ain't on the level. In fact, he's something else entirely. Observe. Right up the butt. He's one of the dark beasts.
Intuition. You hunters have got more blood on your hands.
Ooh, ow. Ow. Running. Running. Oh my god, we're running. No! No! Where in the hell is my shortcut? So, you kind of see the problem with this area as you keep going on, right? It's way too damn long for what it is. And for the record, we're still not at the end. It keeps going. Hold on a moment. In fact, I'm checking... Oh. Hello, Crow. Bloodborne... Forbidden Wood shortcut. Yeah, how on earth do we open this? Mm-hmm. Oh, good. I died... Yeah, I died right next to the shortcut. If I hadn't have tried to fight the Dark Beast at this point, we would have been fine. Well, here we go again. The Dark Beast, for the record, is harmless to the rest of our friends now. We will have to go back and kill him. And it's a really cool reveal, mind you. But, I think he's so strong for the part of the game where he's introduced, you really want fire when you're fighting him. I've tried to remember, because, like, the only memories I have of fighting him are, well, him going down in very, very short order. And I think it's because I either spammed Molotov cocktails or had fire paper and just lit his fur up, more or less. That dog took out over half my health with a single bite. Bloodborne, y'all. Snatcher. Assholes on roofs. Gotta go down here now and avoid the Molotovs, because this is all oil. Past the cannoneer. If you know the cannons are there, they have a very low likelihood of actually hitting you. But they can still surprise you at a couple points. There we go. And I would agree with MC here. Pleasing the crowd is far from the only option or the right answer. Or the best answer, I think, when it comes to any type of performance or Twitch or things like that. Though, again, I'm in this specifically for non-monetary purposes, so I don't really care if I get a massive audience. I'd rather have a quality audience. Oh no! I forgot about that attack. Right, sorry. Been so long, I'm very rusty when it comes to, like, specifics of encounters. These guys, you want to fight at range. Attempting to do otherwise is just asking for a bad, bad time. MC says you want a quality audience, but you got us. Oh, you guys are top quality. I've got one of my childhood friends and a professional or semi-pro game dev in the chat right now. That's quality to me, anyway. That, and I got the audience I have without screaming like a maniac at every weird little thing that appears on screen. So at the very least, I have what dignity that daily life hasn't completely eroded at this point. So, once they transform, they don't really use those axes for much anything. I think they do have a melee attack, it just doesn't do much. Nugget says, yeah, we're quality. PP poo poo, LMAO like I do. And then MC quotes the incredible Michael Sembello Maniac song. It's a really good one-hit wonder from the 80s, let me tell you. Here we go. Here's my damn lift. God above. Nugget says I scream at everything, but it's all genuine. I'm very energetic. That's true. No! No! I didn't unlock the door. Are you... I looked away to... Never mind. Never mind. Let's do it again. It does not help that this is all happening in the game's longest area by far. There's a couple in the end game that can get pretty lengthy if you, like, go around to all of these side areas to get... Well, as we get on to the fourth area we can access from that kind of broken, bleeding headstone in the Hunter's Dream. We'll find lots of areas with way more specific treasures and weapons and things like that. And it can take a while if you want to collect all of their stuff. But, on the whole, no area in the game takes as long just to get through as this one does. None of them even come close. For instance, Bergenworth College, the next stage, can be completed in about 10 minutes, give or take, and that's getting everything. Maybe less than that. And the stage after that, or the area after that, is literally just a boss fight, nothing else. Bloodborne is, in terms of areas, like number of areas and things like that, it's not quite as big as the Souls games are, but as I'm sure you've noticed, they make up for that with both challenge and also density. Like, the areas here are very, very dense. There's a lot to see and do, even if, unfortunately, there's not quite as much to collect. Or not as much, like, distinct treasure to collect, I should say. Now, the boss of this area, I think, is what gave my best friend the most trouble out of anything in the game his very first attempt when we were younger. It also happens to be one of my favorite bosses in the game. No. Did he survive that fall somehow? Again, the range these guys with the Molotovs have is just insane. If they were firebomb throwers from either Dark Souls game, they would make it maybe like a third of that distance, right? But this is the power of that beast blood that they are definitely not infected with. They are working to fight the beasts, which are definitely us. certainly. Everything is fine. Everything is fine in Yarnum Town. Let's try this again. Okay. We should be good now. So, the bottom half of the forest is absolutely inundated with snakes in various forms. The most dangerous are these guys, of course. Fortunately, if they're not already, like, transformed when they see you, they do take a moment to go through a transformation animation, which allows you to get some relatively free hits in. But then they can do that. You can see what I meant by, like, enemies in this game and damage output, right? That was one hit. And I'm a little on the squishy side. MC says gonna make some tea, not to worry, man. Enemies in this game, or I'm sorry, as characters for this game go, I'm a little on the squishy side, but not so much that, like, the damage these characters do relative to our health is unusual. Oh, that's a grab attack. Forgot they had one. Okay, let's try this again. Staying on the elevator this time. Oh, getting our blood echoes, certainly. Oh, and we got some antidotes, in addition to our Solaire knockoff. This is Walter, I think.
A new face, I hear.
He's wearing a constable's uniform.
He's an accomplished hunter, it would appear. I am Walter, master of the League. Members of the League cleanse the streets of all the filth that's spread about during the hunt. Like any half-decent hunter ought to, you know? Haven't you seen enough of these wretched beasts? Freakish slugs and mad doctors. Sentence these fiends to death with the help of your League confederates. What do you say? Why not join the League?
For now, sure.
Yes, as a hunter well should. Commit this to heart. Our own Carol.
Notice he's even wearing a, like, kind of weird, homemade, tin-looking version of Solaire's helmet. We get the Impurity... I'll call this a Covenant rune, a special blue rune affiliated with a faction. There's 4 of them in this game.
Scum, and is permeated by their rotten stench. Just think, now you're all set to hunt and kill to your heart's content. Hunt in cooperation with your fellows, your League confederates.
Yeah, so he's, not all there.
No, there is one thing you must know. By the oath of the League, those who bear its rune will see.
Yeah, as long as you have their rune equipped, every time you kill a boss, or, like, help somebody cooperatively, I think you get a vermin, or, like, a blood dreg, I think they're called, that you can use to sort of advance this covenant, eventually getting you, like, I think his pretty cool-looking armor set.
Any trace of human corruption. And so, until we are rid of all vermin, you must continue to hunt and kill. This bloody fate is ours alone. Do not expect the world to grasp our work. But remember...
This is basically Solaire if he was very, very ominous.
And each other. Always.
Uh-huh.
The League exists, and so...
Right. Okay. He's got nothing more for us at the time. There we go. Hallelujah. You got no idea how good that feels. Alright, Nugget, thanks so much for dropping by. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and thanks for the praise. Really appreciate it. Hope You're doing well, and I think you're still managing some schoolwork or something like that, you said, so I hope everything's going well. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help now. Ta-ta. Okay, folks. Now we're going to meet the other enemies present in the forest in large numbers. Or we should soon. Regular snakes. Well, snakes tangled up into balls, of course. Snake clutches. Alright, sure thing, Nugget. I'll be around. I'm not going anywhere, as I haven't in the past half year. Let's have a look-see. Yeah, these are the kind of snake clutches we'll run into. This is the regular size. They're venomous, and can deal lots of damage in short order, but go down in just a few hits. Nothing to worry about at all, really. They can't even reach us with our whip. They are pretty good at ambushing, though, believe it or not. Due to all the foliage in the area. Oh! They themselves are nowhere near as bad as the snake-infested hunters are. They don't have half the range those guys did, either. Notice the headstones are getting older and older, and also more and more kind of abstract the deeper in we go. Also, this entire world is just covered in headstones, but notice these. Stone sculptures of the same thing that was depicted in the Grand Cathedral. And also, doesn't the tonsil stone look kind of similar to its head? Yes, it does, but here, it appears to even be jutting out of the wood. So at least some of these depictions may either be carved, or some of them might even be natural. Yeah, something's definitely going on here, and we're about to receive concrete proof as to what. I'm so excited. Again, as I said, guys, this area contains my favorite story beat in the entire Soulsborne series. Now, the real truth as to, or the real nature of what's going on in Yharnam should be kind of obvious or heavily telegraphed by now. And like in my initial playthrough, I knew something more was up, but I thought it was Victorian-era supernatural horror, right? Like, there's ghosts and things like that. No. Something else is going on here. And it just so happens to integrate one of my favorite themes in horror. Oh, a Murky Blood Gemstone strength of 3. That might be pretty good. Oh, hello. Guess this one was just wandering around. Hey. This is the other bad thing about these guys. They can, I think aside from our strong attacks, just no-sell any of our whip attacks. And just attack right through them. They've got pretty good butt poise. Oh, and also, I think this is true of most transformed weapons. We cannot charge the transformed whips. Strong attack. Not a big deal, but something you might want to know. Oh, there's treasure up there. Hold on. Let's go get the treasure. We are nearing the end of this area, thankfully. Yeah, if we head up top and then work our way around, see? Or jump and work our way around. There's gotta be something waiting to attack us here, right? Yeah, buddy. Hey, how's it going? Been a while since we saw one of you. Since the village, I think. Or thereabouts. There he goes. Gemstone. And bloodstone shards. Nice. Look at some of these headstones. They're absolutely massive, and a lot of them are distorted or carved in with some kind of symbols or language we can't understand. What on earth could be buried in a plot so large? I don't think we ever do find out for certain, but it's alluded later on what's in here. Oh, of course, it's also possible that these aren't actually headstones, as we would understand them, but are instead just kind of a part of art or architecture in this world. Madman's knowledge. More bloodstone, nice. Oh, snakes are falling from the trees, very nice. And here we see, like, the big nasties in this area. The jumbo snake bundles. They can spit venom. They're like a snake tangle value pack. And are extremely nasty, at range or in melee. Fortunately, there aren't a ton of them, I don't think. Man, it's got a solid rate of fire, though, doesn't it? It's like a bolt-action Viper, haha. Okay. Doesn't have the most health in the world, that's good. But, bad news, it looks like it can no-sell most things. Oh, God, thank you, God. You get a blood gemstone. Does it drop anything? Regular bloodstone. Okay. This is the part of the forest we are not going to get quite a bit of treasure from, just because I'm going to forget so many side paths, and there's a lot of stuff here, guys. Like, a lot of stuff. Oh, no, no, no! Now, obviously, I don't think we can parry this thing. It just tried to hook us with its massive, like, peripheral head. Ingenious little snake. I don't think the beast-like damage buff applies to these creatures, as they're not technically beasts, they're natural animals, just really messed up ones. Some cold blood. Nice. The clear deep sea rune. Might be useful. Wasn't there also a snake-headed fella standing out on a promontory like this somewhere around here? Yeah, right over there. Next to some loot, of course. Yeah, if we rely on those heavy attacks, we can actually take them down in pretty short order. That's nice. Good to see. Twin bloodstone, blood vials. Nice, nice, nice. Now, what was he guarding? Or was he guarding anything? Oh, was it just the blood vials? Oh, that's a shame. Wait, 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 wait. Almost there. More bloodstone. Well, we will be able to level up any new weapon we get from the jump. If you want to just progress through the area, I think the best way to do it is just follow the little path lit by the lamps. But there is so much treasure to be found just on the periphery. Like, most of it's bloodstone as it happens. We've not come across any bloodstone chunks yet. But that's the next step in the reinforcement chain. And I think the last one, the equivalent to, like, the Titanite slab may just be called a bloodstone. Oh wait, we're getting dangerously close to the boss room already. We don't want to go there yet. So treasure. Treasure protected by several big old snake balls! I did not mean to dodge into it, I meant to dodge away from it. Oh, all that venom, good God. we going to take the first one, though? Yes, we are. They better be guarding something great and not just, say, 1,000,000 bloodstone shards. Says he as he closes in on what is invariably 1,000,000 bloodstone shards. Oh, got a little bit of health back. Bloodstone, bloodstone. Oh, the deep sea rune. Okay, another rune. Runes are great. We will take just as many runes as we can get our paws on. The whip is so good for this section, you guys. You have no idea. If we were stuck with just, like, the cane form, this would actually be really nasty. Ow. Fortunately, even these giant snake balls don't have just a ton of health. And it's easy to get them locked in that animation. Blood gemstone, blood shard. Anything they're guarding back here? Oh, yes. Oh, frenzied cold blood. That's another really good one. Strength of 8. Another snake-headed guy guarding something by the open ocean here. Blood vials, thank you. The clockwise metamorphosis rune. Notice we're getting runes left, right, and center now that we actually have the rune tool. Okay, so that opens from the other direction. We're getting very, very close to that really cool story beat I was talking about. Should be on the other side of snake-riddled hell here. Oh, there's no way around that, is there? Maybe if we, like... No. No. Just gonna have to do this. Let's torch up first. So they actually do not have 360-degree coverage with their attacks. That is interesting and very good to know. There it is, down there. Now there's gonna be several, like, hunters with cannons, I believe, right over there. Did he just summon those extra snake balls, or were they always there? Honestly, I have no idea. Oh, that's a lot of them. Oh, wow, that's a lot of them. Oh, didn't kill that one, didn't kill it. Whoops. Oh god, that's a ton of them. We disturbed a nest of sentient nests. I know there's treasure up there, but for now, screw it. Look who's back for a second season. Look who's being dispatched in the same exact way again. Oh, are we going to get that treasure over here? Yeah, it's right in the way. You could see why I said this area takes so long, right? There's so much treasure just scattered all over the place. The Grave Guard set? I don't know that I've ever gotten this before. That's interesting. Robe of Doris, Grave Guard of the Forbidden Woods. Countless bloodied ritual tools hang from its back. Willem, that's the leader of Bergenworth College, the provost, kept 2 loyal servants back at Bergenworth. When they were sent into the labyrinth, they encountered the Eldritch Truth and went mad. One became the password gatekeeper, while Doris became a graveyard of the forest. Both remained loyal even in madness. Let's see what we've got. Oh, that looks interesting. Looks very well suited to this area, but I still prefer Father Gascoigne's kit. We will find armor that I prefer over this, just not yet. Right, so for us to get the cool story beat, it's actually, like, purely optional. We need to, head to that little body of water we noticed the hunters, like, congregating around. Oh yeah, they are, like, unearthing these snake bundles to act as backup. But fortunately, we've got the perfect hard counter to them in the form of the whip. Gemstones, nice. Ooh, got some pop in there. That looked kind of rough. You can see how easy it is to get turned around here, yeah? We want, like, the open body of water. Or not the open body of water, we want, like, the little lake. Or pond that we can, like, just barely wade in. Yeah, down there. We want to get down there. We're going to get to. Excellent. This may or may not be oil. No, I don't think it is. But there are, I believe, cannoneers nearby. Hello, pig. Come to take revenge for your brethren? Pity. You'll meet the same fate that they did. That's 3 out of 3 pig asses so far. More blood vials, good. We kind of needed to top up. I think we were running low-ish. No, that's the way to the boss. We want to go the other way, I think. Like, past Big Booty Pig. Yep. Yep, this is the area. Beautiful, almost like a tranquil area, right? Let me get my treasure first. Bloodstone, that's fine. Let me check something real quick before we go on any further. Well, first things first, let me get a drink, and then I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute, guys. Going to have a drink. Then check something else on my phone across the room real quick, and I'll be right back with you. Alright, sorry about that, folks. It's just, I was expecting something from, like, a student in an email by such and such a time today. I was told to expect it, and lo and behold, it was there. Good job. So, let me ease myself back on down and get ready to take you guys into my favorite encounter in the game. Right, so the little glade with the fireflies. Now, we've known that something very strange is going on this entire game, right? Like, a lot of weird things have been happening in Yharnam. And, specifically, we've been convinced that something about, like, weird powers associated with blood, specifically how these errant powers can take the form of a plague which transforms people into monstrous lichens, is ravaging the city. And our job as a hunter is to, like, cut down these beasts and discover, like, the secrets of the blood that fueled the plague, so that it may perhaps be undone, or at the very least contained. But, see, we've had hints dropped left, right, and center that there is a deeper truth to all of this, that the plague, the transformed Yharnamites, the hunters, all of this is a smokescreen, keeping us from ascertaining what exactly is going on here. And now, I thought so many of the item descriptions in this game, the first time I played through, were just heavily rooted in, like, Victorian or, like, early 20th century style, pop culture and fiction, right? So that's how there's a lot of talk of scrying and the unknown eldritch truths and all that. I thought, that's just fluff. That's just fluff. Nothing like that in this game. Well, even though I thought there was something beyond the beast going on, I was not ready for what we're about to see back here. Because, friends, the truth is, Bloodborne is not and never was a standard gothic body horror. Not at all. Friends, oh my god, I was so excited to discover this for certain the first time. Bloodborne see, I learned here-ish, if this is the right area, Bloodborne is a cosmic horror. These are aliens, the great old ones. This is not a standard gothic horror. This is a eldritch Lovecraftian horror tale, and our true purpose as a hunter is to hunt down the old ones and rid Yharnam of their influence. Maybe, kinda, sorta. Can you imagine how exhilarated I was when I was younger and discovered aliens in my Dark Souls? And they're adorable! Like, luminescent, perfect aliens, too. With ridiculous slapping sounds made by their limbs every time they move around, and giant, jiggly, bulbous heads. Oh, they're beautiful, I love them! And you just come upon them, if you're hunting for treasure, totally bereft of story context deep in the forest. There is no introduction to this, save a madman's knowledge on someone who had discovered them before. This is incredible. Cosmic horror is one of my favorite genres of all time, and to discover definitively that that's exactly what Bloodborne really was, my friends, I was stoked. So let's cut these beautiful creatures down. They're my favorite enemies in a Soulsborne game, for the record. I love these guys. They're called Celestial Emissaries. And they actually mean no harm. But cut them down and continue on toward the truth. Here's an upgraded model of the Celestial Emissary. These guys can use Eldritch Magic, which means basically Soul Mass and Soul Arrow, if they really, really hurt. They're just as fragile as the regular models, though, so no worries. And notice they constantly emit this soft humming. And that is Soul Spear. Normally I don't have so much trouble with these guys, but it's also because I usually get the drop on them and not the other way around. The ones without all of the tendrils, though, are... Damn it! God damn it! God damn it! I have never died to one of these things before. They're normally more or less harmless, but... maybe? I'm sorry, I'm trying to think. Like, I know Bloodborne, even compared to the other games, was tweaked pretty extensively post-launch. You know, like, stat scaling for certain items and things like that. It's entirely possible they were made a bit more dangerous, because in the game I remember playing, the Celestial Emissaries are deliberately harmless. But no, that's very cool. Gothic horror in my Dark Souls, or cosmic horror in my Dark Souls, and from this point on, the game trends overwhelmingly towards cosmic horror. It's the beasts and all that, kind of sort of present, but they are no longer a central element of the story. It's all really cool looking aliens from here on out. And welcome back, and see, I'm pretty sure I said that earlier, but if I didn't, welcome back. We were at the very bottom of the forest, so we're not far off from where we need to be. We're almost to the college, which, for the record, yes, is directly responsible for a lot of what we're dealing with here. The college and, like, the founders of the church. Oh no. That's just a treasure nook! They even brought the pigs back for this area. My weapon's at risk? Oh, that's a new one. NC says, would you say the insanity of the people is because of eldritch horrors breaching through long before beast issues? Yes and no. The problems are actually very closely connected. The same thing that is causing a lot of the madness associated with eldritch, like cosmic entities, is the same thing that's directly causing the plague. Furthermore, this is something very interesting about this game in particular, and its take on cosmic horror, with one notable exception, and it's an exception we'll be facing down toward the end of the game. All of the otherworldly beings involved in this, despite like all of the damage they may cause unintentionally, only want to help. The problem is, A, they don't really know how to a lot of the time, and B, people tend to misuse the gifts they give them, that they're given by the Eldritch ones. So that's what I mean when I say Yharnam caused a lot of its own problems. That's why we're dealing less damage, because our weapon's at risk. Sod it all. Hold on, there's a couple different ways to deal with eldritch beasties. Fire's a pretty good one. Since I don't have a weapon that could take them down reliably. And she says, oh, well, if you love that genre, I know of an anime that kind of does that. Does Evangelion do that, I want to say? I've never seen Evangelion, I just know what I've been told. Hey, another rune, the anti-clockwise metamorphosis. instead of the counterclockwise metamorphosis, I suppose. Gleipnir, alright. I'll look into it sometime. Thanks for the recommendation. Oh, here's the guy that took all my echoes. And at the end of it all, another madman's knowledge. Now, unfortunately, we're gonna have to do this run one more time because my weapon's near to breaking. So we'll need to head back to the Hunter's Dream, upgrade our weapon and level up, and then, hold on. And then head back here, for the boss fight, which is really, really good, after which we'll cut it for the day. I didn't imagine to go this far, but after this, we should be, in terms of time, I'm not talking about actual content, but time it'll take us to get through everything, we'll be nearing the halfway point of the base game, probably. Not counting the side content, of which there's a lot, or the DLC content, of which there's a fair amount, I think. So now back to the dream. And then we'll get ready for one of the best fights in the game. No joke. Only 711, echoes. That's not bad at all. Let's see if we can't get some better blood gems out of this, though. We've got a Tempering Blood Gemstone 1. We've got Murky Blood Gemstones that add a poison effect to the weapon. That's nice. Or we could do another Tempering Blood Gemstone. I'll go Tempering because I just want raw damage on this thing. It's fast enough already to be really, really useful regardless. Now we need Bloodstone Chunks to upgrade it any further. That's fair. Well, we're good there, so why don't we... First off, crack open some Madman's Knowledge, a lot of it. And level up as best we can. Won't be a lot because levels are so expensive in this game, but... 5? Okay. 2 skill... or no, how about 3 arcane... 1 endurance, 1 vitality. There we go.
Farewell, may.
Right, back to the woods. Hard to believe there's only 1 lamp in this entire place, isn't there? Oh, and we've still not seen everything, for the record. This boss coming up also has 3 very distinct phases. And, it's an interesting one. Again, it's tough, but it's one of my favorite bosses in the game. Probably one of my favorite bosses in the series, due to the way it plays out. You could kind of think of it as a much better version of a Dark Souls 2 boss. Very rarely am I going to say that. Alright, so once more back down to the bottom of the forest. Any thoughts on the forest, its level design as a whole? Again, I think it's a very nice atmospheric area, but it is way too long to be one single area. They probably could have cut down on the overall length. Without losing anything, I mean. MC says, I've been thinking about the area. I'm interested to hear your thoughts, because I think this is one that is perfectly fine, save that it overstays its welcome. Which is something that, on the whole, Dark Souls zones tend to be really good about. MC says, my conclusion is the traversal is the real challenge. It is. Finding your way around this place with all of the treasures scattered about, if you want to collect most of them, which you should, a lot of weapon upgrade materials, is really, really tricky. Thank you for giving me that opening. Oh, no. It corrected itself because it, like, flinched after burning itself on the fire. Oh, no. And he says, like, if you take Dark Souls 1, there's a gimmick around an item for certain areas. Yeah, definitely. No other entry in the Soulsborne series, though. I can say this with certainty. Well, sorry, there might be one in Demon Souls, but that's a whole nother can of worms. Imagine Blighttown if it was an entire fifth of a game. Does overstay its welcome, but generally the series is very, very good about that. So we're nearing the boss door. Ah, shortcut. Yes. Yes. Good. MC says, the gimmick of one lantern and traversing a semi-maze, that probably is like the whole intent here. Yeah, I think so. I still think it's overdone for what the game's going for. If this happened more than once, it would definitely be excessive. But okay, boss time, get ready for this one. Oh, this is so cool. So, you remember some of the more high-octane fights from the first and second game, right? How everyone loved Ornstein and Smough? Well, meet the Shadows of Yharnam. They're basically Nazgul. Nazgul with snakes. One of them has ranged capabilities, and we probably want to take care of that one if we can. You want to use the headstones as cover and keep them at bay. Now, fortunately, unlike a lot of bosses, they do flinch very easily, just like player characters. But they're also kind of aggressive. These are basically better skeleton lords. Much better skeleton lords. Thanks to the length of our whip, we can kind of do a, like, kind of skirmishing offensive. We can mount a skirmishing offensive against them for the most part. The one with the, like, weird knockoff pyromancy flame is the most irritating here. He also has, or they also have a Tonitrus, which they don't really use unless you, I guess, just get right up in their face, which why would you? The ones with the swords, though, are downright deadly. The other one's annoying. These are the ones that will kill you. And every time you kill one of them, the other two gain new properties. Or, I should say, when you reduce their, I think, total health by a certain percentage. Hey! Don't mind if I do. This will absolutely devastate their health, yeah. And getting rid of the one with the pyromancy flame would sure be nice, but man, it can attack really rapidly. Ow, that was kind of cheap. Okay, phase 2. They are snakes now. This is a very good fight. It's very stressful, but very good. So fire is kind of their thing, although they are weak to fire, I believe. Being, at least as far as we know, like mortal. So I don't remember the ranged specialist being quite as active as they are here. Yeah, nowhere near, actually. This could be my poor memory, like, just playing tricks on me, but it could also legitimately be, like, post-launch balancing, because I played most of this game right at launch. Ooh! That one whipped me with one of their snakes. No! Whew. This gets much easier once one of them dies. The others do get, like, cool new attacks and the like, but, well, you only have to put up with one instead of, like, 3 different movesets at once, so... Or, sorry, 2, then 1. This is so tense, but it's good. It's real good. They're really good at using the snakes to, like, keep you off balance, too. Yes! Oh no, that's only the second one. I've got to get one of these off the table. Like, come on. So the one without the candle is like using a lot of serpent-based attacks. The others are not. Or no, so yeah, the one without the candle. If I hit either, or if I parry either of the melee-based shadows again, they're dead. Damn! No! No! Ugh. This is why you want to focus on burning one of them down. I think when you get them down to roughly 66% of their total health, they'll spawn the snakes and swap over to their second movesets. And so, you want to, ideally, completely eliminate one of them before that happens. That way, you're dealing with, well, for most people, it would be one of the melee shadows and, like, the pyromancer at a time. And as long as you then stay around, like, the headstone, the pyromancer is no threat at all. Well, I said it was hard, but also really good. I stand by that. I will tell you this, Bloodborne did not get any "it's not hard enough" complaints at launch from anybody. Not in any numbers, at least, that I recall. And she says, yeah, this is one of the best fights. It's... it maybe would be suited, like, to take the place of one specific fight later in the game. I'm thinking, like, in terms of difficulty and mechanics. But yeah, as it is, it's really, really good. The next boss is also all about crowd control, but in a very different way. Looking for my shortcut. MC says the Undead Kings were a good attempt, but this is just above and beyond. Yeah, no, the Skeleton Lords were a really solid fight for what they were too, which, remember, was kind of as like one of the mini-bosses en route to the old Iron King. But as like a boss that effectively concludes, or comes very close to concluding the game's kind of first half, these guys feel very suitable and climactic. Now, one thing I'm going to do that I probably should have the first time around is, spark up some fire paper. You could see them just waiting for us. Ugh. Check out that damage. Yeah. Did the Pyromancer just try to, like, bop me on the nose with their Tonitrus? That's not how you're supposed to use a mace, buddy. Oh, here they come. They actually sound female, don't they? Yeah, they do. And that would actually make lots of sense in lore. As I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be some kind of religious leaders themselves. I'm fairly certain the Pyromancer doesn't get any new tricks unless it's the only one left, aside from like that little lobbing, or little lob shot with, her flames. Come on, I need the swordswoman over here so I can finish her off. There we go! Oh, thank you, God. So, aside from... Oh my god, her arms are snakes, too. That I thought they could, like, shoot snakes out of their sleeves, but no. The other swordswoman's arms are now serpents. That is so cool. Oh, I actually parried her. Wow. And now we don't exactly have just a cakewalk ahead of us. The things do become much easier until we take down the second one. Then the third one gets a special attack we may or may not see, where it can summon a giant serpent to erupt from the ground and, like, send us flying through the air. Deals tons of damage, but it is telegraphed by, like, a red AoE, I want to say. So it's very fair, I think. She's, like, trying to execute her, like, fire-breathing attack time and again, and I have no real idea why. Well, down she goes, and it's time for the third one to... Yep, here it comes. No! No! I don't remember that part of the fight at all. I was so close. So close. I don't remember the snakes coming up from the ground and, like, extending across the entire battlefield to lunge at you. I do not remember that at all. I remember the AoE attack. I wonder if that bit isn't different depending on which one you leave for last. Like, maybe because she's physically the weakest, she gets a better, like, ult? Yeah, there... Can we say that attack in that particular form is a little cheap? It feels more than a little cheap. MC says, lots of discussion happening in the Defiant Devs Discord, including this gym. Let's check out while we're here. Oh, nice. Like old concept art for, MC says, I mean, this is a game that'll kill you cheaply. Yeah, but I mean, even by the standards set in this game, that's a bit much. Like, I really like the, I think they call it the Serpent's Call AoE or something like that. But, like, come on, I've clearly demonstrated the skills you guys want me to in this kind of encounter. I've taken 2 of these things down after you buffed their movesets. My win, you know what I mean? Especially since, and this is not a joke, the next boss barely even moves. Like, at all. This is the only boss like this, in this nature, until the DLC, though, where you have to fight more than one boss enemy. And it's the only such fight against, humanoid opponents with similar movesets and capabilities and all that to yourself. MC says, when 2 are dead, or 1 is dead, and the remaining have reached 30% health, the survivors gain the ability to summon giant snakes that generally kill you in 1 hit. Yes. Again, I remember the one bursting from the ground. I do not remember the others. So, the suggestion here is very simple. As soon as the second one drops, no matter how much health I have, I think this is actually how I killed them the first time. Believe it or not, my first time playing this game, I got this boss on my first try, somehow. I just bum rush the third one and cut her down as quick as I can. Yeah, they do not like the fire at all. Look at how much blood is on her robes. My god, and almost all of that's hers. No, 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 no. No, no, no! I had her and she recovered. For the record, the reason why that is a viable tactic is if you execute a visceral attack, so like, again, a riposte or a backstab on an enemy while, like, say you've lost some health that you can still rally, you instantly rally the full amount. So, like, that's to make up for, say, those moments where, like, with the executioners, I would parry them just as they connect with a really big attack so that I can still capitalize on the opening they create and not have to suffer the penalty of, oh, you got hit by the very first frame of this attack, so you lost over half your health. I will say this. Dark Souls 3 has a lot of design problems in my mind. Most of them having to do with, like, excessive fan service for the Dark Souls 1 or bust crowd. But it retains and improves upon the, like, generally increased, more engaging pace of Bloodborne and a lot of its other game mechanics really, really well, eliminating a lot of the aspects of this type of design that are most likely to cause frustration in even a relatively experienced player like myself. Like, you're not so damn squishy in Dark Souls 3. In Bloodborne, no matter what, you are. I've seen players very rarely get, like, a somewhat tanky build, and believe it or not, you can make that work in this game. It's just not, as I understand it, really the way you're intended to play. This is meant to be one great, like, shooting match between glass cannons. Though I do respect the devs for also making most enemies adhere to that general design philosophy as well. There's very, very few really tanky enemies in this game. Jorah and the final opponent in Eileen the Crow's storyline notwithstanding. So, aside from getting maybe a bit too greedy there, I actually did really well that time at whittling one of them down to next to nothing. Alright, once more. New idea. I'm going to focus on burning down, the ranged one first. Because without her, I get full range of motion. And those others and their damn snakes can chase me anywhere they please. I'll be fine. Oh, they're transforming, but not you! There we go. Now, I think the regular swordswoman has the most health, then the one with the flaming sword and candle, then the ranged sword, or the ranged shadow has the least health, far and away. Oh my god. The range on those serpent enhanced strikes, and the fact that they stay so close together, for the most part. Just as long as they don't start summoning the snakes, I'm good. Oh my god. They are really good with those swords. But I'm persistent. Oh no, you don't! Yes! There we go. And we get the Blood Rapture rune. Oh, right, I should have been equipping runes. Those might have made it easier. Thank you very much, MC. Thank you very much. With that, we are going to head back to the Hunter's Dream and in a minute conclude this stream. MC says, that just gave me a new way to consider the sentence, not the way it was intended to be played, Lindsay Ellison, the Death of the Author video. Right. I'm just, this game really, it's weird. It's like the inverse of Dark Souls, right? This is wanting to encourage a, maybe not statistically speaking, a dex-based build, but a dex-based mentality, or a dex build mentality, in the same way that the original Dark Souls really tried to force players into either a sorcery or a strength-based build. But yeah, the Shadows of Yharnam, frustrating though they were for me this time, I think they're a really solid fight that, as chaotic as they can be, feels very fair, in a way that maybe a series of poor runs on Ornstein and Smuff, or some of the dual bosses in Dark Souls 2, maybe wouldn't feel to a lot of players, because relative to a lot of the bosses you fight in the game, the shadows are not that intimidating, personally. They flinch when you strike them. They follow a lot of the same rules you do. I'm fairly certain they can be poisoned or frenzied or things like that. They're not individually these insurmountable walls who have a lot of the same special privileges that bosses typically are given in this series. And you can parry them and drain them in the case of the candle-wielding swordswoman, 3 strikes, or in the case of the one with the longer katana, I believe, just 4 strikes. It doesn't take that long once you learn each individual move, or each individual Shadow's moveset. It's a good boss fight, and it feels hectic without ever necessarily feeling overwhelming. I think, in my humble opinion, it's one of the best fights in the base game. MC says that reminds me of Zelda 2's last boss. You mean Shadow Link? The strongest enemy is yourself. Yeah, no. And as we'll see, this game does have a few more dual bosses, mainly optional fights, but they're really good on the whole. And, next time, ladies and gentlemen, after this epic 5-hour stream, sometime tomorrow, well, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, I may take a day off to, catch up on some work. I've had, piling up over a couple days, including grading this paper I got in. We're going to jump back in and really tuck into Bloodborne's second half. Again, DLC and side content notwithstanding. And the game, this next stream is going to start off, as I said, Byrgenwerth is a very short area. It's effectively going to start off with our first showdown against a great old one. And, oh man, it's something else. Their fights are really something special in this game. So, until next time, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for spending a great share of your time and energy with me this afternoon. We'll see you sometime soon with more Bloodborne. Until then, take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.